Hi all, welcome. As you join, we just ask you to please rename your Zoom username to your first name, your last initial, and your organization.
Good morning, everyone. Just doing a quick audio check.
Good morning, Colton. How are you doing today?
Doing good, thank you.
Yeah, I welcome anybody else who wants to test out their audio now, please do.
Aloha, this is Noe, Progression Energy.
Hi there, Noe. Okay, just wait a few more minutes as people trickle in.
Hi, Kara. Are you able to hear me okay? This is Mark.
Yes, we can. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, and as folks trickle in, we just ask you if you can change your Zoom username to your first name and your last initial and your organization.
Hey, good morning, Kara, everyone. This is Ken from Hawaiian Electric. Can you hear me?
We can hear you crisp and clear.
Good, thank you.
Okay, and it looks like most of you all are calling in through your computer, or you're connecting, you've already connected your phone to your audio, so that's excellent. We ask if you are comfortable to turn on your camera, at least for the breakout group discussions. We are going to be using the Zoom chat feature today. So if there's any technical issues, please send myself or my colleague Genevieve a message in the chat, and we'll try to help you with that. And then finally, we'll also be using the raise your hand feature in Zoom. I know that a lot of you already have practice with this option, but you can find it in the reactions, a little menu option on the bottom of your screen. If you click on reactions, you should see a raise your hand option. And we'll be using that for the Q&A sessions after presentations. All right. So it's looking like we might have quorum here. So just because we have a lot to cover today, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and get us started. It's great to see so many familiar faces there. Many of you know me from RMI's work with the PUC, helping to facilitate the PBR stakeholder process. RMI also has been working with the PUC on the IGP proceeding, and we were asked to help facilitate today's technical conference to help launch this next tranche of IGP work. Me and my colleagues, Genevieve Lillis and Mark Dyson, will be the facilitators for today. And we're very much looking forward to working with all of you, not only in today's discussions, but in the months ahead as well. With that, I'm going to turn it to Dave Parsons, who is also going to say some remarks from the commission to start us off.
Great. Thanks very much, Kara. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dave Parsons. I'm Chief of Policy and Research with the Public Utilities Commission. And just on behalf of the Commission, I want to thank you to everybody for your participation in the technical conference. As you know, the Commission has convened this conference to discuss Hawaiian Electric's integrated grid planning process. Specifically, this conference is an opportunity for Hawaiian Electric, the docket parties, and other stakeholders to discuss the Commission's recent order regarding the IGP inputs, assumptions, and modeling approaches. So we would like to hear from Hawaiian Electric about the progress that they've made in the last month or so, and dive into the details on several issues where the Commission has asked for updates or better clarity. I also just wanted to highlight the importance of stakeholder engagement to the planning process. Meaningful stakeholder engagement is critical to the development, acceptance, and durability of the plans that will come from this effort. This has been a point of emphasis since the process began over 2 years ago. I want to thank HECO for their efforts to engage stakeholders who have also devoted considerable time and resources to assist. And the Commission has identified room for improvement in the transparency, collaboration, and engagement with stakeholders. And as such, this conference is also intended to help shore up the foundation of a collaborative planning process going forward. So as we move forward, I believe the Commission expects HECO will continually improve on the efforts to date in this regard. Finally, I think we should all continue to be mindful of the many parallel proceedings that are underway that will impact our work in the IGP docket. This includes dockets on distributed energy resources, community renewables, grid modernization, performance-based regulation, numerous large-scale renewable energy and storage projects across HECO service territories, among other dockets. These initiatives will continue and will not be delayed as we work to improve the IGP process. Nevertheless, HECO should inform its analyses in IGP with the most up-to-date information regarding resources, programs, incentive mechanisms, and Commission guidance offered in parallel dockets and recent Commission decisions. Planning is a core function of the electric utility, and HECO has, by necessity, developed a more comprehensive and integrated approach to the planning process than has been attempted almost anywhere else. This is appropriate, and the Commission expects HECO's IGP to represent the best in class of a utility planning process. Everyone in this conference and all of us in Hawaii will benefit from our collective efforts to develop credible analyses and robust plans for the future. We've been working on this together for more than 2 years, and we've seen significant progress. However, there are some critical issues that we need to address before we can move forward from here. So with that, I'd like to thank you all again for your continued efforts and your participation in today's conference. And I'll turn it over to Kara to kick things off. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Dave. All right, so as discussed by Dave, today's technical conference is intended to provide an opportunity for the Commission and the parties to regroup after Hawaiian Electric's first review point filing, and to discuss and gain a better understanding of the work in the IGP process thus far, and also to align on next steps to continue to make forward progress on this important effort. So with that in mind, we have set 3 objectives for our time together today. First, we hope to review the progress updates from Hawaiian Electric in developing the revised IGP inputs and assumptions. So we'll hear from Hawaiian Electric on different topics and hear about the status of different conversations to address the directives the Commission included in their recent order. Second here, we will also be discussing major areas of stakeholder questions, priorities, and feedback on the IGP work products that were filed for the first review point. We'll have opportunities throughout the day to hear from parties so that their feedback and questions can be continued to be integrated into Hawaiian Electric's efforts. And lastly here, we will be laying the groundwork for a collaborative IGP process moving forward. We'll be discussing next steps and different conversations that are to come in the months ahead for this IGP process, and how Hawaiian Electric plans to solicit stakeholder feedback so that we can continue the collaborative and generative dialogue to make this effort as successful as possible. So in service of these 3 objectives, we have the following agenda plan for the day. We'll first hear from Hawaiian Electric on their initial plan for revising the inputs and assumptions, and have an opportunity for questions and discussion to follow that presentation. We'll then have a deep dive into energy efficiency modeling. It'll be the first deep dive of the day, which will start off with a presentation from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab on how to model energy efficiency on a comparable basis to supply side resources. And we'll also then be hearing from HECO about their recent discussions with the Applied Energy Group on this topic. After a short break, we'll regroup for deep dive number 2, which will focus on hearing about HECO's recent efforts in updating the fuel price and the resource cost projections in response to the Commission's directives. We'll then move and switch gears a bit to focus more so on DER focused inputs and assumptions. First focused on the baseline forecast and what was included there. Also with discussion around how both the load seer and synergy models have been used in the IGP process and how they've been used to inform the DER forecasts and the distribution planning process. We'll then head to lunch around 12:15 and come back together then to hear more about Hawaiian Electric's proposed bookend sensitivity and standalone sensitivities as well. To break up the presentations a bit, we will be having a breakout group discussion to follow that will focus on soliciting comments and questions around how HECO has been or it continues to treat DERs in the IGP process. I did want to note just a small time change. As you'll see, we'll be heading to lunch a bit later than we had planned in that public agenda. That is due to seeing what was planned for the presentation for that deep dive 3A and allotting more time for that so that we have enough time for questions and answers as well, and then head to lunch a bit later, but the rest of the day should proceed according to schedule. So that shouldn't have an impact on the future sessions. Okay, so then we'll be coming back together after lunch. I'm sorry, after our discussion around, so we'll be focusing on baseline inputs and assumptions. Coming back from lunch, we'll then get into the bookend sensitivity, as I said. We'll then hear from Progression Hawaii Offshore Wind, and they'll be presenting on the importance of a long-term RFP structure in the IGP process. We'll head out for another break. We'll come back for our last deep dive, which will focus on resource and reliability planning criteria, including how HECO has been approaching day sampling and resolve and takeaways from the technical advisory panel's recent review of HECO's planning criteria and some of Ulupono's alternative methodologies. We'll then end our day with another breakout group discussion to identify and discuss opportunities for process improvements in the IGP effort. And then lastly, closing remarks. So that is a full day. I understand it. I might pause here and just ask if there's any questions so far on what the day looks like ahead of us. Okay. So lastly here, as always, we like to establish a set of ground rules for our time together so we can all be on the same page around expectations around participation in the technical conference. We ask first and foremost that everyone be present. I know it's hard to participate in these workshops that are long through your computer without the usual, person-to-person interactions we usually get. So we hope that you can minimize distractions both on your computer and perhaps in your physical space. so that you can give these discussions your full attention, and we can maximize the usefulness of our time together. Second here, we ask that you come with an open mind to these discussions. We want today's different deep dives to help increase the understanding both of HECO's process to date and proposed updates that they are working through, but also to better understand stakeholders' priorities and points of feedback as well. And lastly here, practice the democracy of time is our last ground rule. As you could see with the agenda I just went through, we have a lot to get through today. So we ask that you just be aware of how much you're sharing. And then we ask the presenters to also be aware of how long your presentation is going. There will be participants coming in and out today for the different scheduled sessions. So we will be trying to run a pretty tight agenda. And that means that RMI as facilitators, we might give you time warnings as you present and let you know when you need to wrap up, so that we can, of course, cover all the content we have planned. Lastly, in order to make sure we are capturing participants' questions and comments and sufficiently, we have a worksheet that we plan to share with everyone. Genevieve is going to share that in the chat right now. This worksheet is intended to be used to capture any remaining questions or comments you have throughout the day that we might not be able to get to given time constraints. So we will be aggregating these worksheets from participants after the conference, and we'll be sharing that then with the companies and with parties afterwards as well. Any questions on the ground rules? Okay, so then I wanted to quickly introduce who's on the meeting today. We're not going to have time to go through everybody's name, but we wanted to give you an idea of who else was on the Zoom. And Genevieve also will be sharing a roster of participants in the Zoom chat as well that you can use to refer to if helpful throughout the day. We are joined by a number of PUC staff today. You can see that here. I know that the chair is also on the line. I think perhaps I haven't seen any of the other commissioners join, but maybe throughout the day they will be. We also have several folks from Hawaiian Electric participating. So you can see here the various roles that are being represented and will be able to contribute to discussions. Just give you some time to look that over. And then, of course, we have a number of parties that are joining us, as well as LBNL and Applied Energy Group, as well as University of Hawaii is with us. So it definitely will make for a robust discussion, and looking forward to these discussions ahead. And lastly, here are your facilitators, myself, Kara Goldenberg, and then I'm joined, as I said, with my colleagues, Mark Dyson, who is a principal with the Carbon-Free Electricity team at RMI, and Genevieve Lillis, who was a senior associate with Carbon-Free Electricity, and both of them spend a lot of their time thinking about planning. So we are looking forward to participating and joining in these discussions. And just to start off our conversations, we have a quick check-in that we hope to present today for you all to discuss. Going into this conference, we are wondering, what is top of mind for you today related to the objectives of this workshop? So thinking about those 3 objectives I just shared, what are some of the questions or topics that you are most excited or have the most energy around to hear about and discuss today? Will be Genevieve. I'm going to ask Genevieve to chat that question into the chat. And then we'll be sending you out to breakout groups for 2 minutes or so, just to discuss what could be top of mind from you today. And then we will regroup here and hear from a few of you before moving on to our first deep dive.
Great.
All right.
Breakfast Ready, Cara, should I open them up?
Open it up. Thanks, Jen.
Let me know if you're not seeing an invite on your screen. I think I've allocated you all to a breakout now, but if you're not seeing an invite, please jump in and let me know.
Is RMI virtual also?
Touch upon a couple of
Henry, yes, we are virtual. We are all virtual currently. Hopefully for not too much longer, but we will see.
Actually, that's the way we like Henry, so.
Well,
Virtual.
I think we should do both because I think virtual has some real benefits, but interacting in person is also very nice.
Yeah. Hard to do Post-its virtually. Okay, great. Looks like we have everyone back. I'm just going to invite if there's anybody that wants to share out anything interesting to come out of their conversation. We'd love to hear from a few of you. Just feel free to unmute yourself and share.
Hey, Kara.
This is Gina. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, Gina. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
Okay. I guess there's a lot of focus on the DER and its impacts on the inputs and assumptions. So really, how the most recent efforts in the DER docket, for instance, are going to be impacting the inputs and assumptions.
Great, thanks, Gina. Hopefully we will be able to discuss that today. Colton, did you want to share?
Sure, be real brief. I had a small group, myself and someone actually from our RAD team. So we talked about, how IGP will sort of be the informer of what will be coming down the pike for our procurements down the road. That was one thing. The other thing we talked about was the new rumor that Brian Kelloha is now back with Hawaiian Electric. We saw that. Just making fun of you, Brian.
I saw that too.
Well, your names
Sorry
are
about
merging
that.
closer together. Now you're Hawaiian Electric and Hawaiian Energy, both abbreviated HE.
Yes. Okay. Sorry about that, Brian. But yes, Brian is, I am assuming, still with Hawaii Energy. Okay. Okay, great. Well then, let's head into our first session, and I'm going to hand it off to Genevieve to introduce the first presentation we have for you today.
Great, thank you so much, Kara. Great to see you all virtually. I can imagine this would be fantastic in person, but to Henry's point, there's lots of value in this. So looking forward to the sessions. For the first session today, we're going to kick off with Hawaiian Electric's initial plan to revise inputs and assumptions. In total, this session will run for 25 minutes. We'll have 15 minutes for Hawaiian Electric's presentation and then 10 minutes for Q&A. So for the presentation, Hawaiian Electric will provide an overview of stakeholder meetings and early feedback that has been incorporated, as well as their initial ideas for timelines and collaborative avenues moving forward from the technical conference today. Again, we'll have 10 minutes for Q&A. So with that, I will pass it over to the representative from Hawaiian Electric leading this session, and then I may jump in with a time warning and help to facilitate some Q&A after the presentation. Chris, it looks like you've come off mute. Is this your section? And
yeah, Genevieve, I'll be running the slides for the Hawaiian Electric
wonderful.
side.
Excellent, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, and Genevieve, this is Colton Ching. I'll be kicking us off, and Mark will be presenting with me as well.
Excellent.
Okay, so I assume everyone can hear me okay?
Yep, and slides look great.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Griffin. I'm not sure if Commissioner Potter, Commissioner Ascension have joined us, but if you are embedded within these many images, good morning. Good morning to the PUC staff and everyone else that's joined us here today. Stakeholders, interveners, and many other folks as well. I thought it'd be useful to start off this section by just talking about the IGP commitments we've had going back, as Dave had mentioned, going back now a couple of years, and just highlighting that to kind of set the context for what Mark will be talking about next. And that's really that the IGP and the IGP process that we developed has a number of really important commitments that I think it's worth repeating. Number one, that the IGP process is a process to really find that planning path to allow the company to develop plans to obtain customer affordability, meet our decarbonization and reliability goals, maintain a resilient electric systems. These are all important planning objectives, and the IGP process is really constructed, and we're endeavoring to proceed within the IGP process to achieve these very, very important planning objectives. Like Dave says, as an electric utility, system planning is just a core function of our business, given the nature of the infrastructure that we have to provide for our customers. I do want to highlight, though, that amongst all the elements that's involved within that planning, one big key feature of our IGP process is to plan with distributed energy resources as a core element within our planning portfolio, because we really recognize the importance of DERs and the various versions of them and the services they provide to actually achieve the goals that we have here in Hawaii, including our 100% RPS goals. Number three, when we first developed the concept of integrated grid planning, we emphasized that the word integrated had many meanings, and one of the very important meanings of the use of the term integrated is that we believe that the integration of the stakeholder engagement process and feedback from stakeholders needs to be integrated within the planning process for the planning process to be better. So we've started off with a proposal. We learned a lot of things along the way of how to make that process better, both from our own recognition and equally importantly from feedback that we've gotten from many of you. So we continue to refine and evolve the stakeholder process to make it better as we go along, to continuously improve that process. And then today we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the recent accomplishments we've made in working with stakeholders on inputs, assumptions, as well as modeling and modeling methodologies. But I wanted to kind of put that in the context as important as that is, and as much work there is in continuing to work on all of these issues for which we are working with all of our stakeholders to come to either agreement or come to a conclusion on how to move forward. Many of the earlier and previous comments we've gotten with along the way from stakeholders, from our various working groups, from our public members, have been very instrumental in the first review point material that we actually submitted. And so there's a lot of work. I just want to recognize all of the efforts, all the contributions that many of you here in this Zoom meeting today actually took a lot of your own time to help us develop the material that's actually part of the package. So in this very focused work to look at what remains, I don't want to lose the importance and recognition of all that work that happened beforehand that got us here. When we talk about Hawaii and I'm glad we have the folks on RMI here. I was kind of chatting on the side with Mark Dyson. First met him when we were talking about how integrated grid planning, as we were proposing it at the time, was very different, very groundbreaking. The kinds of things we're trying to do in Hawaii with the addition of new forms of generation, new renewable generators, inverter-based generation, and a lot of it coming from distributed forms of renewables, and doing that on these small isolated island systems. We talk a lot about how that's very new, very groundbreaking. And we normally, even for myself, we think about how that's new and groundbreaking for the guys that are in the field or guys in the control center. We have to operate the system like that. But I do want to point out that we are committed. First of all, we recognize that in order for this to happen, it also means that we need to be leading, we need to be groundbreaking in the way we plan our system as well. It's not just about how we operate the system, as important and as challenging that is. It also means that we need to be on the forefront in how we plan. And so we're pushing planning methodologies to new grounds, looking at doing it in new ways. We're pushing the models that we're working with to do things that they were not originally designed to do, or to use them in ways differently, and really try to create new capabilities in these tools and the processes in which we use them, including the data that goes into them, so that we can continue to develop new leading solutions for all of the customers that we serve. And that's where all of you come into play to help us get there through feedback like we've gotten thus far, and what we hope to get in today's meeting. And I just kind of wanted to kind of spend a couple of minutes just talking about all of these things to set the context for all that we're going to be talking about for the rest of the day. And I know I'm running on the clock, so I'll pause there, answer any questions you guys may have about it later on when we have the Q&A section. But for now, I will pause and hand the baton over to Mark, who will be covering the next set of slides.
Thanks, Colton. So just want to go over some of the, IGP objectives and, some of the questions that we're seeking to answer as part of IGP. And these were developed in our discussions with the Stakeholder Council. You can see, some of the high-level objectives there on the left. And, the questions that in working with the Stakeholder Council, reviewing the inputs and assumptions, making sure that they're reasonable and relevant. And I think that's where we are in the process today, as well as, looking at the modeling methods, the scenarios, ensuring that, we are looking at enough scenarios to ensure that we're coming up with robust action plans. And then, as Dave mentioned at the top, there's coordination with other dockets that we need to do. We're also looking closely at DER and how we can improve the effectiveness of DER resources on the system, such as providing great services. And then, reliability's been a big topic lately, as well as resilience. So I think what we'll present later today, really takes a focused look at ensuring that reliability is going to be evaluated and examined as part of the long-term planning process. So on the next slide, this is kind of what we have lined up today, looking at the 4 deep dive areas that are on the agenda. We've been meeting with stakeholders prior to this technical conference to start these discussions, and in a number of different venues, utilizing the working group meetings, as well as reaching out to stakeholders that may have filed specific comments. So as we go through the deep dives today, we'll highlight areas where we've already received feedback from stakeholders and how we are looking to incorporate their feedback. One item at the bottom there regarding the technical advisory panel, since that was a part of the commission's order, we've been looking at the list. We first reached out to one of the members at NREL that were on the list, had some initial discussions, but they're not sure if they have the bandwidth, so we may be looking at other folks on the list as well to start including on the technical advisory panels. As you know, that's an urgent item to get new members on the panel as we progress through further discussions with the TAP. I just wanted to highlight a few areas where, over the past couple of years, all of the stakeholder engagement, I wanted to highlight the areas where I think that there was some consensus around some key topics. that we've discussed. And what we now want to focus on is some of the areas that the commission highlighted, the remaining issues. But we did a lot of work in the forecasts and assumptions working group, developing the sales and peak, and we did incorporate feedback there. Specifically, for example, looking at warming trends as that may impact future loads. Also, I think there are some comments filed in the docket around the electric vehicle forecast that, at this point in time, they look to be reasonable, as well as using the managed versus unmanaged charging profiles. And we'll further clarify that as we move through the process. We did spend a lot of time looking at scenarios and sensitivities as well, reviewing that within the working groups as well as the stakeholder council, and the TAP, provided recommendations on, looking at bookend sensitivities, which we'll explore more through this process. Specifically with DER, we did a lot of work in the DER docket to look at different types of programs, as well as the DER parties, looking at different types of program designs, trying to look at, what the value of some of those DER programs could be. We did have discussions early on with the TAP as well to look at other aspects of planning criteria, such as regulating reserve definitions. We received some feedback there about looking at different time duration on the reg and ramp, and we've done additional analysis there. And then also the energy reserve margin reliability planning criteria, that's something we'll continue to discuss, and we'll talk about that later. But I think at a high level, the TAP agreed that the concepts of ERM were the right direction to go with the new resources that were coming onto the system, and the future of, with a lot of solar, wind, and battery systems.
Mark, I'm just going to jump in here with a time check. We have about 3 minutes left on presentation, and then we'll strive to transition to Q&A.
Okay, thanks, Genevieve. We can just quickly go through this slide. This is just summarizing some of the feedback in our March 4th reply comments of areas that we have incorporated or committed to incorporate stakeholder feedback. You can go to the next slide. This is just recapping the 10 areas from the Commission's order that we'll work through as this process progresses to finalize the inputs and assumptions. On the next slide, this is a big part of our plan to address the stakeholder feedback and making sure that we're incorporating it is standing up a stakeholder working group. We've had 2 meetings thus far, and we have 3 other meetings planned, and we've sent out agendas to all of the stakeholders for their review, as well as allowing stakeholders to provide presentations. I think that's worked well so far. In the first meeting, Ulupono provided some of the clarifications and input on the modeling methods that they suggested, and that was helpful. And then at the last meeting this past week, Robert Harris provided some input on how we should be looking at the DER forecasts as we look to update them. Let's see. The next slide, there are various venues. Folks are familiar with this framework. The stakeholder working group now is looking to kind of streamline the working group process as we narrow in on sort of the topics and issues that we need to discuss. I think there's still some work to be done on the resilience working group, so that'll probably remain it's a separate working group. And then, I think one other valuable way that we can engage stakeholders is, just reaching out to stakeholders, discussing any comments we receive and questions that we may not have time to fully discuss within the working group. On the next slide is highlighting the interdependencies. So, there's a few things that have come up in other dockets on the left side that may have impacts to what assumptions we need to make before we start the grid needs assessment. So just keeping mindful of some of the developments in the DR docket, including whether programs will be exporting. There's a Big Island Stage 3 RFP that's being developed. There's also CBRE docket where there may be changes there, and as well as looking at resource additions that we need to enable retirement of fossil generation over the next 10 years. And then let's see, you can go to the next slide. Just looking at a schedule, June 15th or June 18th, I believe, will provide more details. But looking at the schedule, the plan is to continue to vet these changes through the working groups. Also, certain technical topics will also vet through the TAP. And right now the schedule is to file revised inputs and assumptions by August 3rd. And then, pending commission acceptance of that, we would start the grid needs assessment phase. I just want to highlight here, we are having a lot of good discussions right now and good recommendations, and some of it is going to involve, additional analyses. And so to the extent some of that may take more time, we want to be able to do a quality job and incorporate the stakeholder feedback. So we'll need to discuss as we proceed through whether, all of that analyses and review by the TAP and the working group can be done by August 3rd. So we'll keep that in the back of our heads as we try to scope out, what work needs to be done in order to finalize the inputs and assumptions. And with that, I think that's the last slide, Genevieve. So I think we can open it up for Q&A.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark and Colton. And I know we're running a tight agenda here, so appreciate you covering the ground that you did in that time. So we have about 5 minutes for Q&A now. I invite you all to use the reactions button that's in the bottom right of your toolbar, and you'll see the raise hand feature. So our goal here is to try to make this as interactive as possible. And if you raise your hand, I can try and track you through the participant list and call on you to verbally ask a question to the Hawaiian Electric team. Again, if we don't cover your question in the time we have, I invite you to direct your question to the Q&A doc that I posted in the chat earlier, and we can follow up after the conference, recognizing the time constraints. So if folks have any questions, please use the raise hand feature and I can call on you in the next 5 minutes, hopefully. And it's great to see so many people online, so this is a difficult task to track you all. And for the folks on the phone, if you have any questions, please feel free to just jump in verbally. I know that you may have challenges using the raise hand function. I want to make sure that you can participate too. I'm seeing a thumbs up. Henry, is a thumbs up a question?
No, yeah, it's a question.
Great.
Because the PUC, the CA, interveners all have limited staff and have a lot on their plate, it would be very helpful if Hawaiian Electric filed 3 months in advance explaining what new dockets were coming. It doesn't have to be highly detailed. For example, they could say in the first week of November, MECO will be filing a battery/PV PPA. So that just gives everybody a chance to begin figuring out how their future calendar will look like, and it maximizes efficiency and transparency.
Thank you, Henry. I might take that one as a comment. If there's a specific ask from Hawaiian Electric now, please jump in and clarify. But again, we're recording this and we can make sure everything's captured.
It's a comment for now. It will be more probably later.
Great. Thank you for clarifying. If I'm missing
Genevieve, looks like Steve Schiller has his hand up.
Oh, great. Thank you, Kara. Steve.
Hi, everybody. I'm Steve Schiller with the Energy Efficiency Manager team. I'm a little concerned about asking my question because it might have been clear and I just missed it. But on this slide here, could you either state or reiterate, and my apologies if I missed it, when we're going to have actionable results from the IGP? You know, when are we going to have that information that we can actually do the resource planning work and start working?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. So depending on when the inputs and assumptions are finalized and accepted or approved by the commission, then we can begin the needs planning. And right now we're estimating or hoping that that process can be completed in 6 months. So we would, at the end of 6 months, we'd have analyses detailing the grid needs over the near and long term. And then, that would lead into discussions about programs and procurements to meet the grid needs. And then eventually, after going through that process, we'd have a plan with action items.
Okay, so the integrated solution, okay, so it's the integrated grid needs planning, that's the 6 months box. And so that the earliest that might be would be, say, early or spring of 2022.
Yeah, that would probably be the earliest. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. And we'll go to one more question here from Stephen M, and then we will transition on to the next session. So Stephen M, please jump in and then we'll close out this session.
Thanks, Genevieve. So there was a comment from the consumer advocate that was highlighted in the DNO where they believe that procurement first approaches are unreasonable due to the cost and time efficiency of programs and pricing. So before we talk about the outcomes of some of these planning processes, that would be helpful for HECO to maybe make a comment on how they view the balance between procurement of utility-owned assets versus taking program and pricing approaches to meeting resource needs.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. When we look at the solution sourcing, there's a lot of work being completed in the DER docket, and there's presumably going to be new rate designs there, and that kind of pulls the pricing lever, and we'll be able to look at those impacts on the system. And I think one of the pieces of feedback we're incorporating is to model TOU, time of use rates, as part of the bookend scenarios. So that's one lever. And then as we look at the programs, that's also being discussed in the DER docket. So definitely programs are going to be a component of what resources are available to meet the grid needs identified. So as we work through the way we're going to model and assume the DER programs, that's also going to contribute to meeting the grid needs. And then, finally, we will be looking at procurements because, as we've seen in the last couple of years, that's certainly a good way to ensure competitive pricing in the market, so that we can get cost-effective resources for the customers. So I think it's it's all three. We're looking at all three levers to pull in order to meet the grid needs in a cost-effective way.
Great. Thank you all, particularly Mark and Colton for the presentation and folks for the questions. And with that, I will pass to Mark Dyson.
Thanks, Genevieve. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Dyson with RMI. I help lead our work on grid planning and distributed energy resources, both in the US and globally. I'll offer just a couple of thoughts to frame up this next deep dive session of the agenda. In the review point order, the Commission stated that Hawaiian Electric should evaluate energy efficiency on a comparable basis with supply side resources by incorporating the most recent potential study findings into IGP. And in addition, the Commission stated that Hawaiian Electric must allow all resources to compete equally within the capacity expansion model to develop the optimal portfolio of resources, and that Hawaiian Electric should work with Applied Energy Group to obtain the outstanding inputs necessary to effectively model EE as a resource. So that's kind of the context and the framing for this first breakout session. In this session, we hope to do four things: discuss why modeling EE as a resource is critical, outline best practices in doing so, identify approaches for that for modeling EE as a resource that can be applied to other DERs, and understand recent discussions between AEG and Hawaiian Electric in achieving this goal. So that's what we hope to achieve in this session. And to kick it off, I'd like to welcome Natalie Frick with Lawrence Berkeley National Lab, who is an expert consultant working with the Commission. She'll talk about why and how to model energy efficiency as a resource and how these approaches might apply to other DERs. Natalie will speak for 30 minutes, then we'll have a Q&A and transition to a presentation from Hawaiian Electric. So with that, I'll invite Natalie to share her screen and drive her slides and lead us into this discussion.
Thanks, Mark. How's that look? Are you looking at the
Yep.
big screen? And that's perfect. Aloha. Thank you, everybody, for having us. Thank you, commissioners and HPUC staff. So I'm Natalie Frick, Mims Frick. It's nice to see so many familiar faces on the screen. I am going to talk about efficiency in other DERs as selectable resources along with my colleague, Tom Ekman. So let's see if I can get us moving. Okay, so the first question that I want to talk about is why it's beneficial to model energy efficiency in other DERs as selectable resources in planning. And to do that, I think it's useful to first take a step back. So broadly speaking, the resource planner's problem is really a Goldilocks problem. We don't want to have too many resources. We don't want to have too few resources. We want to have just the right amount. And we're defining resources broadly here. It includes energy and capacity and all of the system components that we need to keep the lights on and the system reliable. So to solve this Goldilocks problem, we need analysis that compares cost and risk of resource options. And so this slide has two graphs that illustrate that. The graph on the left has two bars that represent resources that the utility owns and resources that expose the utility to risk. So the blue area that's at the top of the left bar is the amount of load that's at risk because it might be expensive to serve through market purchases due to volatility. And then the bar on the right, the green area that's inside of the border is the amount of firm contracts or resources that might be purchased for loads that don't appear. So that's also a risk for load volatility, if the forecast is too high, for example. And then in the graph on the right side of the slide, it shows that we're really trying to find the sweet spot where if you increase the reserve margin, you are going to be increasing your cost because you might have resources that you're not going to use. But if you have too little reserve margin, you're increasing your risk, which also has economic costs due to maybe curtailment or brown or blackouts. So solving this Goldilocks problem is really about finding that sweet spot. And that brings us back to why resource planners might want to model efficiency in other DERs as a resource. And the answer is ultimately to reduce cost and risk. When the resources are considered together, you can consider the relative costs and risks to identify your least cost reliable resource portfolio. So Tom and I are going to talk, we're going to share some ideas about considering efficiency and other DERs as selectable resources in planning. And we're going to talk about how it's different than using these resources as a load decrement. So the value of efficiency in DR and other DERs, as I mentioned, is that it enables direct competition between all of the resources in the capacity expansion model. And so that gives the model more options to choose from. And so we're going to talk today about changes that need to occur potentially depending on what your current process is in 4 components of planning, which are, I'm going to cover load forecasting and resource potential assessments. And then I'm going to hand it over to Tom, and he's going to cover capacity expansion modeling and risk and uncertainty analysis. So digging in here, I'll start with load forecasting. It's the foundation of resource planning. Forecasts predict the amount and timing of electricity consumption. They're used as the basis for understanding future electricity needs. So generally speaking, using a range of forecasts is a good starting point because it reflects the uncertainty of future load growth and the nature of loads. And having a range of forecasts lets planners evaluate the risk of efficiency in relation to other resource options. So the graph on the top left of the slide is an example of using a range of forecasts. It's from the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. The range between the 10th and the 90th percentile, which is the top and bottom line, I know that graph's a little bit small, is about 50,000 gigawatt hours. So it's not a small range. And then the chart at the bottom is HECO's all island underlying sales forecast. And both of these forecasts don't contain efficiency, which is something I'm going to talk more about on the next slide. So also it's important to note that regardless of if you are going to consider these resources as selectable resources or if you're going to do a load reduction, it's really important to have consistency between your load forecast and your potential assessment so that you don't over or underestimate your resources. So for example, you want your baseline consumption to be the same for both your load forecast and your resource potential assessments so that you're starting from the same place. And you want your units to be the same so that, you know, if your efficiency or DR or other DER scale based on that, you're starting from the same point. Another consideration for the load forecast is the type of efficiency that's included in the load forecast versus the type that's excluded. So the load forecast that were on the last slide excluded efficiency. And the reason that that was done in the Pacific Northwest is because the majority of future efficiency is going to be offered as a resource into the capacity expansion model. So the efficiency that does remain in the load forecast is from known codes and standards. So, and AEG calculated this in their potential study for Hawaii. And then all other efficiency, except for stock turnover, which I'm going to talk about next, is excluded from the forecast. So for example, to model efficiency, if you're modeling it as a selectable resource, your baseline would move from the naturally occurring to the codes and standards. And that's because it doesn't really matter as you're going through this exercise of finding your least cost portfolio, it doesn't matter who implements it. It just is about if the resource is available. So on my next slide, so stock turnover. When a customer buys a new appliance and moves from an inefficient, under code compliant resource to one that, or measure to one that is, that does meet code that they buy today, that's already going to be captured in your codes and some standards adjustment. So that would go into the load forecast. However, if the customer bought in a fridge that was more efficient and above a code, then that quantity of savings would go into your capacity expansion model. So those are some examples of how you might need to change your load forecasting if you're going to consider DERs as selectable resources. So my second component is resource potential assessments. They provide information on the quantity of resources available, timing, cost, load shapes. And there's lots of different things that might need to change with your resource potential assessment. I'm going to talk about 3 of them, which are using end use or saving shapes, using conservation supply curves, and then including grid benefits that aren't included in your capacity expansion model when you're determining the cost of supply curves. So if you're using efficiency or other DERs as a selectable resource, you need to identify measure end use load shapes or saving shapes. The saving shape is the difference between an efficient and inefficient technology. And it can be different then the end use shape if the measure has controls or if it operates during different hours than the standard technology, which is what this graph shows here. The heat pump water heater operates on a fundamentally different schedule than an electric water heater. And you take those load shapes or saving shapes along with costs, which is what I'm going to talk about next, to create your efficiency or DR or other DER supply curves. And using these supply curves is a major component of allowing resources to directly compete in your model. So efficiency or supply curve, DR supply curves are bundles of measures that are grouped together, and you're going to need multiple supply curves. So in the chart on the right, might not be able to read it, but you can see that there's different colored bars, and they represent residential whole building, appliances, water heating, lighting, HVAC, and electronics. And the x-axis is the cost and the y-axis is the quantity. And so those are the resources that are available that are going to be fed into your capacity expansion model. And that's what enables the economic comparison of efficiency and all of your other resources. So this is my last slide before I hand it over to Tom. And this is about benefits that accrue to efficiency or other resources, other DERs. So all costs that are reflected in the utility system impact should be used when you're creating your supply curves. And this includes benefits that aren't accounted for in your capacity expansion model, such as deferred T&D or non-energy impacts that are included in your state cost effectiveness test. And I want to mention that this is just a really quick overview that Tom and I are giving, and there's lots of other changes and considerations that might be necessary, but we don't have time to cover them all, but we're happy to talk about it during Q&A or at a later time. So I'm going to pause there and see if Tom is ready to start talking, and also see if he wants me to advance his slides.
I'll take my slides, Natalie.
Okay, so I will let you share.
All right. Looks like I've got it. So let's talk now about how you bring these all together. Treating all resources as selectable resources, whether they are generation side or supply side resources or demand side resources, starts at developing the characteristics of all those so they can be put into what we call capacity expansion models. I'm going to give a high level overview of those. These models evolve from what we call production costing or market equilibrium models. They're designed fundamentally to optimize the type, amount, and timing of new resource development using the assumptions about future conditions. So they simulate the generation and transmission investments given a future condition that might have different load growth, different fuel prices, technology costs and performance, and policies and regulations. And what we refer to here is the policies and regulations might relate to the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, RPS requirements, and or just codes and standards that impact what's going forward on the load side. Some examples of these models are the Aurora XMP model, Plexos, Encompass, the Northwest Power Council's regional portfolio model, and NREL's resource planning model. These are both proprietary and commercially available models, some public domain models. The key differences between these models are largely a function of time resolution and how they deal with transmission and treatment of uncertainty. There's also some fundamental differences in how they do what's called unit commitment. If you're running a chronological model, which means every hour shows up in order of hours and every year shows up in order of years, as opposed to sampling typical days or typical months or typical types of hours, the chronological commitment commits units to serve the load based on their operating characteristics. So some of them have minimum ramp times or ramp capabilities, some have minimum operation capabilities, and some, of course, with energy efficiency, have load duration curves that you can, or not, excuse me, have load shapes that you can then model to get the demand savings from those measures. So each of those kinds of variations allow the model to run slower or faster depending on how the level of detail is set up in the model. And these models typically can be run at varying levels of time resolution. The role of these models, what they do very well is test alternative resource mixes and the timing of development. So they test what we'll call resource strategies over a future set of conditions for load growth, natural gas prices, or emission limits. And they identify the least cost resource strategy that may or may not account for risk. What they don't do in the end is they are models. So they don't determine what's an acceptable level of cost, because there's an aggregate level of cost that you can trade varying portfolios across. They don't decide what's the acceptable level of risk, because they're the model, they're not the management. And finally, they don't decide which portfolio is preferred. Those are human interactions with the outputs, but they do provide you the information on which to weigh cost and risk. Treating demand-side resources like EE and demand response as selectable resources in capacity expansion models allows them to optimize not only those resources, but the resources of other types. So what we have on this graph is the cumulative peak capacity developed in a series of scenarios that were tested for the Council's 7th plan, and under two sets of conditions. They include demand response and energy efficiency, and it shows the interaction between these two kinds of resources, so you understand that the model can take care of those interactions and make sure that you're capturing those interactions between resources in the modeling. So in the solid lines, we have how much energy efficiency capacity is developed over this period of time. So the green line is a scenario where energy efficiency is developed up to the long run avoided cost of the resource. The red line develops less resources because it's developing only that energy efficiency that's less costly than short-term market purchases. The dashed lines represent how much demand response is developed under those same conditions. So the red line represents the amount of demand response when you have short-run market prices setting the limit for energy efficiency. And the green line represents the amount of demand response developed when you have the long-run avoided cost setting the cost effectiveness limit for energy efficiency. What you see is the greater amount of energy efficiency developed, the less demand response developed. The reason for this is that energy efficiency brings both energy and capacity savings, and a portion of its cost to produce capacity savings is the value it provides in reducing the cost of operating existing equipment on the energy side. So it's basically subsidizing its capacity purchases by its energy value. And so the more energy efficiency you develop, the less demand response that's economic to develop. If we look at this from another perspective and the impact of energy efficiency and demand response on other resources, in this case, combined cycle combustion turbine development, we have, again, 3 scenarios that we're looking at, and each of these lines show the amount of capacity and the timing of that development for a combined cycle combustion turbine. This is just the capacity development, not the energy component. So this is the timing of when you need that capacity. And if you look at the first scenario, where we look at energy efficiency acquired up to its long run avoided cost, but no demand response allowed to be permitted in the portfolio, you see capacity coming online right around 2017, 2018, a need for new combustion turbines ramping up to around 1,000 megawatts in 2020 or so. If you allow energy efficiency to compete against it at a short run market price, but you allow demand response in the portfolio, you push the need for a combustion turbine and the amount back to 2022 or 2023, and lesser amount out to 2028. So you're down still under 1,000 megawatts compared to over 1,000 megawatts in the first case. In the third scenario, we allow energy efficiency to compete against a long run avoided cost and allow demand response to also compete. And that pushes the need for the combustion turbine out to 2028. So each of those portfolios produces a different avoided cost, because each of those portfolios sees the timing of avoided generation being pushed out to a different time and date and different amount. So the presence of having energy efficiency and demand response in differing amounts in the portfolio changes the timing for other resource development If you do that just with a load reduction, you don't see those kinds of interactions take place in the like you do in the capacity expansion modeling. Potential modifications that you've got to make when you start playing energy efficiency and using it as a resource, or demand response, using it as a resource, you've got to provide a way to interpret the ability of energy efficiency's cost and savings over a wide range of costs, because it has a nearly continuous cost curve, unlike most resources which come at a fixed price or varying prices, but tend not to be continuous. So as Natalie said, we lump those into supply curves in varying bundles. And because the way you interpret those supply curves varies with the kinds of model you have to be very careful about how you configure those bundles so that the model understands what to purchase and where that purchase is important. You can get differing results by how you bundle the resources. So while it has a nearest continuous supply curve, the models tend to buy things in bytes, and you need to bundle it. Other modifications, you've got to change the acquisition logic in the model or constrain the model to develop resources over a certain amount of time. Some resources that you can build them at any time for energy efficiency. Retrofits, you can weatherize, replace lights in existing buildings at any point in time. If that's very cheap, if you don't constrain the model, it will try and build all of that. So it's less expensive than running your existing generation immediately. Well, that's not possible through infrastructure because the infrastructure isn't there. So you need to figure out how to constrain the model's development of cheap resources compared to your existing generation. Another real world constraint is the infrastructure. How fast we can build things depends on how capable the infrastructure is to develop it, how many people we have that can do the work, how many people we have that can inspect the work and evaluate the work, how much money we can allocate in a particular point of time. So resources can be developed and have some build limits put on them, just like you have generation. There's a certain amount of time to build a new generator, a certain amount of time to build new transmission access, new distribution access, and those same kinds of limits, similar limits, have to be placed on energy efficiency, and for that matter, demand response and other DERs that might be developed, because there's a timing constraint on how much can be developed in a given period of time. Particularly for resources that are different, as I said, you have retrofit resources and you have what we call lost opportunity resources, or largely new appliances and new construction. They come along once in a forecast period, and so there's a limit on how fast you can get those, because they only built the only opportunity to grab them is when that appliance turns over, that new building is built, or that new lighting system is installed. So they have a different sort of penetration rate growing through time compared to the retrofit or non-lost opportunity resources. This graph just illustrates what the council assumed back in 2010 for the two types of resources. So limit to 120 megawatts a year for retrofits, because that's what the infrastructure could absorb. And then lost opportunities building through time as programs became more effective at capturing them, and also as the infrastructure was designed to develop those resources and build to capture them more effectively. So let's talk now about resource uncertainty and risk. We've got
just
yep.
Real quick, about a 5 or 6 minute warning on the slides here, and then we'll move to Q&A if that's all right. Thanks.
All right, we'll make it happen. All right, we've got 4 sources of risk: load uncertainty, Natalie talked about that, resource uncertainty, wholesale market price uncertainty, and regulatory uncertainty. That is, do we have carbon taxes that are required to reductions in emissions? Wholesale electric market price uncertainty is less important, certainly in Hawaii, than it is in the States, because you don't have an active wholesale market. You have a contiguous vertically integrated utility, so it's not out there buying market prices. So let's talk about how we deal with those. Resource portfolio we can optimize and do risk assessments 2 different ways. The most prevalent way is you do a single future and you optimize based on that future. Optimization of the portfolio specifies the type. It's a perfect optimization because it knows the future. The risk is then tested downstream after you've optimized that future. There's another way of doing it, which you do stochastic optimization. You test a portfolio of resources across multiple futures to see how risky it is in all of those futures. The stochastic risk assessment, when you do it based on a single future, you start with a portfolio that you want to test it, and you do the stochastic risk assessment. So you subject that particular portfolio to different futures to see how well it does. You've already optimized it under one, you just test it under sets of different futures. So you end up with a net present value system cost over 200 different futures as opposed to the one that you expect to happen. The problem is that that approach, when you deterministically optimized resource portfolio, it will understate risk because it's optimized for a single portfolio, single future. You can run it the other way, but that overstates risk because you would change what you do if you had a different future. You wouldn't, the optimization would be different. So rather in doing it across a range of futures, you start with a range of futures, develop the portfolio, do the resource analysis, develop an expected value resource portfolio, and then you get a variation in the amount of resources you develop based on the future that you're in. So what you have is, even though there's an average across all futures for resource development, here are 6 different portfolios with varying amounts of resources depending upon the constraints that were put in the portfolio. Each of those has not only an expected value, but every one of those resource portfolio changes through time, because if you're in a low load growth portfolio, the mix of resource development changes for demand response, for energy efficiency, for generation, for renewable resource development. All of those change depending upon the particular future you're in. So what that does is avoid driving into the river when you see the bridges out. You can take a map and it can say that's the shortest route from Google to get me there. But when you get there, the bridge is out and you said, I don't want to do that. So adaptive management allows you to change the way you do things. So that's what utilities do when the world doesn't evolve as predicted. That means that the net present value system cost changes as does the portfolio selection, because you can use that portfolio to trade off cost and risk to see which portfolios are most robust, that have a narrow distribution and a low cost, and some which are very risky. If you look at this graph, the 35% RPS has a very narrow distribution of cost, but it has a very high cost in the middle relative to others that are to the left, which have longer tails, but have less risk. Let's see, we'll just skip this one and go to the tail end. What you're trying to do with risk analysis to buy the lowest cost resource portfolio that has the same risk coverage. And it's just like searching for auto insurance. So you go out there and you find out what premiums are from various companies, and then you determine what their deductible requirements are for those same premiums, and you find the resource, that is, you find the auto insurance that provides you with the lowest cost premium for the same level of coverage, or for the lowest deductible. In this case, that's what the portfolio model is trying to do. They look at all the costs, look at all the risk, and sort through those to find the lowest cost resource that provides the lowest risk portfolio. So in all these cases, you're trying to minimize or maximize benefits and avoid a lot of costs. And this is Steve Schiller's favorite slide, so I had to put it in. Now we'll take questions.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Natalie. You went faster than I asked, so we have plenty of time for questions. Kylie has raised her hand, so Kylie, please share your question.
Kylie, Earth Justice, on behalf of Blue Planet Foundation. Thanks so much for this presentation. It was really interesting and informative. I have 2 questions. One is for Natalie and Tom, and the other one's for Hiko. The first question is, what jurisdictions are incorporating energy efficiency as a selectable resource the best? I think that you focused a lot on Northwest Power, but I was wondering if there are other models we could look to. And the second question is for Hiko. I'm wondering if this way of incorporating energy efficiency into resource planning is an option at this point, since we're 2 years into the pre-planning process for IGP. But this is a major concern that we've raised over the years, is incorporating EE as a selectable resource? Thanks.
I'll go first and then I'll let Tom chime in. Hi, Kylie. It's nice to see you. Okay, so there's lots of states, lots of utilities that are considering efficiency as a selectable resource. The Pacific Northwest has been doing it the longest. The investor-owned utilities in the Pacific Northwest, along with the Northwest Power and Conservation Council. And Tom can speak to that much better than I can. Other utilities include several of the investor-owned utilities in Indiana, Excel in Minnesota, and I think a little bit in Colorado. PacifiCorp is in the Northwest, but also spans across other states. And then TVA has gone through some exercises of looking at efficiency as a resource, as has Duke Energy across a couple of their different jurisdictions. So those are just some examples. There's several other ones that I can't think of off the top of my head, but Tom, I don't know if you want to add anything from the Pacific Northwest.
I'll only add that both in Oregon and Washington, the state commissions have basically required consideration of energy efficiency as a selectable resource in the portfolio analysis for the utilities, investor-owned utilities in those states, going back at least 15 years, if not longer. So there's considerable experience doing it elsewhere.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Natalie. Kylie, wanted to recognize you had a second question for Hiko. We will hear from Hiko in a few minutes with some slides. So Mark, I see you just came off mute. I invite you to respond, or if you prefer to wait until after your presentation when you've presented some information, please feel free to do that as well.
Yeah, maybe we can answer that after our presentation, and it might help answer Kylie's question.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Kylie. Chair Griffin.
Hi, Natalie and Tom, thanks for the presentation. Tom, you rushed at the end, but you touched on a topic I think needs some more discussion, explanation. That's the adaptive management. And so one, how do you see that working analytically, but more so in practice, once a plan is in place, how do you see those decision rules adapting over time as conditions change? And I guess again, where are places we can look to where that's put in place?
Yeah, one of the virtues of doing the resource strategy development using stochastic risk assessment is that you allow yourself to test various decision rules. So in some of the models that they're what they call agent-based or allow for agent-based analysis. So instead of putting in an optimization that says minimize my cost, it says treat resource developments. If you see these kind of conditions, do that. If you see these kinds of conditions, do something different. And you test varying lengths of time you make determinations on. So you can make mistakes using that approach, but it allows you to test varying decision criteria, saying, should I go long on energy efficiency or should I stay short? Should I go long on demand response? Should I stay short? And see which ones produce a certain outcome under given conditions. What it allows you to do is to go through that library of output and say, if what I'm learning from this is how to manage my life if the future unfolds in a particular way, rather than dictate a prescriptive path. So those decision rules can help inform adaptive management through time. So if they see certain kinds of conditions evolving, they have a portfolio that was optimized for those conditions and say, yeah, that's what I should do now. That gives me some insight. If I see a price spike for a little bit of time in this kind of resource, or I see technology advancing faster, then I know I can lean more heavily on that. And part of the adaptive management is that you're not focusing on making long-term decisions anymore. You're looking at updating these planning processes on a 2 to 5 year cycle, and so you're not making long-term resource commitments that can't be changed. And so, because of the modular nature of demand response and other DERs, you're not 10 years into the resource development process before you know the resource will work. You can do those incrementally. And so their modular and short lead time nature is more forgiving with respect to risk management. So that's what that largely teaches you, is that these modular and smaller resources allow you to change course more quickly than making long-term commitments to big generation or transmission projects. So, but again, the decision criteria evolve from being able to look at these multiple solutions.
Thanks, Tom. I see Colton has his hand raised. I'd love to invite you to ask your question, and then I think we should move on to Hawaiian Electric's presentation. If other folks have questions for LBNL, please put them in the chat and we'll try to catalog them. Colton, please.
Thank you, Mark. I think this question is more for Tom. On slide 19, you had, and we don't need to go there, but you showed some curves for energy efficiency. Thanks for that explanation. It's really helpful. Just the question I had was, for a customer or customers participating in energy efficiency programs, that curve, I would imagine, includes the cost to administer and run the program, but also the costs associated with any incentives to have a certain amount of participation in a single or bundle of energy efficiency programs. How do you develop those curves that considers that participants' decision when the alternative of staying, on a less efficient use of electricity and a higher electric bill is going to be also dependent upon the assumed electricity price at that time, which is not going to be a constant. So as you think about these curves over a period of time, how do you factor in the fact that electricity prices are going to be changing, and how do you factor that into the development of a curve?
So
does that make sense?
There's two parts to this. It's a good question. There's two parts to the supply curves. So once you decide you're going to treat energy efficiency or other DERs as selectable resources, they become just like a supply side alternative. You're willing to pay up to their cost plus admin to get them. So that's just like you would a new wind project or a new solar project. You'd say, what's it going to cost to buy that project? So here's the cost of a new appliance, here's the cost of a new lighting system, and then what's it going to cost programmatically to run a program like that? So the consumer's cost is zero in this case, because you're looking at it as the quasi supply side option in the resource portfolio analysis. The second step, after you've identified how much is cost effective to pursue, what you now know is how much cost you can bear. Where did I stop in the supply curve? What was the most expensive measure I purchased? Now I know what the utility grid value of that is, and I can tell you either through a rate design or through a program offering what the maximum incentive I could offer to get that particular measure is. And so the practice is set the target using an assumption that I would buy it outright, and then design the programs around things like you mentioned. What's my rate design going to look like to incent them to purchase it, so I don't have to spend all that money to acquire it necessarily, but I know that it's cost effective to do that, including admin and evaluation, all those other things. So that's the mindset you have to enter these resources, where I would acquire a wind project at 100% of its cost if it was cost effective. I'd acquire a new appliance if it was 100%. At 100% of its cost if it was cost effective. And then downstream, you design your programs around achieving those targets, knowing you could go all the way up to the cost because you've tested its full cost plus admin.
To clarify, you're talking about the incremental cost, right, Tom?
Yes, yeah. Incremental
so it's
cost.
not the full cost, it's the incremental cost of going from baseline to efficient.
Right, what you would see in AEG's evaluation of incremental cost of measures.
Thanks, Tom. Clarice, I'll invite you to ask your question, and then we can move on to Hiko's presentation.
Awesome, thanks. So my question is following up on Chair Griffin's question about adaptive management. I was wondering, because longer term resources and large procurements are a major part of this planning process, how do you balance the decisions that are made for longer term procurements with the more modular and short term smaller resources?
Well, that's looking at the library of resource portfolios you test. How vulnerable are those to bet? How bad could the decision be if I invested in those longer term resource versus relying more on the modular ones? And that's, if it's a really risky one, you want to be very measured in how much you rely on that. If it's pretty robust over lots of futures, then you say that's pretty adaptable. It's pretty robust finding. But if it's only good in the 10% highest load forecast cases, then you're saying, gee, that's pretty risky. Maybe I want to hedge my risk. But again, the model doesn't answer that question. The ultimately management and the commission and stakeholders have to answer that question. How risky is too risky? The model just tells you in 90% of the cases, it's a bad outcome, and 10% it's good. Well, that might be the right thing to do still, because it's the only option I've got, knowing it's highly risky. But you're trying to subject your portfolio to enough futures so that you get a sense of how risky these things are. And if you just optimize under a perfect foresight future, you never understand that level you never understand the granularity of the risk.
Thanks, Tom. I'd like to move us along and invite Hiko to present a 15-minute set of slides, and then we'll have about 10 minutes for Q&A before moving into a break right around the top of the hour.
Sure. Thanks, Mark. I'm going to cover a few slides that we put together for energy efficiency, just to summarize some of the meetings that we've had with Applied Energy Group and Hawaii Energy, as well as how energy efficiency is currently being incorporated into our forecasts. So to start, a couple of weeks ago, we did meet with AEG 2050 partners and Hawaii Energy to begin those initial discussions on the data that we would need to model energy efficiency as a supply side resource. One of the key points that came out of that discussion was that the potential study would need to be updated to develop those supply curves, because it's a derivation of the potential study. And then AEG 2050 partners and Hawaii Energy had noted that this work was not part of their current scope, and that funding would be needed to develop those specific modeling inputs. And some of the terminology between what we had noted in our March reply comments and what AEG is more familiar with, on how we define energy efficiency as a resource, would need to be reconciled, just to make sure that the data inputs that we receive to model energy efficiency would meet the model's needs. We did have a follow-up meeting later on a few days ago, where we met with AEG to continue those discussions on the data that's needed. And so AEG had noted that their current potential study provides, roughly 85 to 90% of the work needed to develop those supply curves, which is good. So we can reuse a lot of that. There will need to be further discussions to determine how those efficiency measures are bundled to create the supply curves. I think that's something that was shared by LBNL in their slides. And I think also to clarify, whether the energy efficiency that was discussed in the order, is that limited to just the traditional demand side management type of resources, or are we considering, an expanded pool that includes demand response, DER as well? And AEG is currently developing a scope of work and costs for that incremental work that's needed to develop the supply curves. And so the way that we're characterizing energy efficiency currently in our market forecast, it is based on that statewide market potential study that was prepared by AEG. It's based on the achievable business as usual case, that also including the codes and standards that were produced by Island for 2020 through 2045. The forecast was extended through 2050 using trends in AEG's forecast to line up with the planning horizon that we're using in IGP. And then we made further adjustments to exclude free riders from the energy savings. These were assumed to be embedded in the underlying forecast, and then to ramp the annualized impacts provided by AG into a monthly impact for each year. And then just footnoting the EEPS TWIG meeting that provided a lot of this information. So this is my last slide on energy efficiency.
Thanks, Chris. Sorry, just to clarify, this is the end of your presentation on EE?
Yeah.
Great. I'd invite folks to raise their hands then and ask questions based on what you've seen. Since we do have a bit of time before the break, if there are questions that are following up on the LVNL presentation here and the intersection of what you just saw, that might make sense now as well.
Mark, do you want us to first respond to Kylie's earlier question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I'll invite Chris and Mark to join me, but Kylie, I think the presentation kind of goes through what we have been doing as a team working with AEG and what we plan to do going forward. So in a nutshell, to answer your question about whether we plan to incorporate energy efficiency as a selectable resource in our optimization work, short answer is yes, through the work that we kind of covered here as a starting point.
Yeah, maybe just to add, one of the key things to do that modeling, like Tom had noted, that defining the bundles, and basing the bundles on the cost of the underlying resource plus admin costs to help define the supply curve. That's kind of where the important work is needed to be done to do that.
Thanks, Colton and Chris. Robert Harris, you've got your hand raised. I invite a question for you.
Thank you, Mark. And this question may also partially be redirected also back to Tom and Natalie. I apologize for this. I guess the question would be is how much does energy efficiency or DER have to be, the data inputted into some of the models have to be a bit granular, sort of knowing when is it going to be available or sort of the bulk layers of it. So say hypothetically, if 40% of it were air conditioning, just hypothetically, when is that going to be available, particularly for sort of a worst case emergency circumstance? Is that resource going to be available for what you're trying to achieve it for? Or is it sort of normal for models to sort of just lump this all together as one layer of sort of load forecast, or one layer of availability? Hopefully that question sort of made sense. Again, my presumption is being able to unpack it or make it more granular is generally more helpful, and just other examples of that being done anywhere.
I don't know if Hiko wants to answer, or Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, unpacking it is the solution set, and so each of the bundles, need to be cognizant of both their cost and their load impact. So load shape and cost are two of the parameters. They're not the only parameters, but there are two of the major parameters why you might group things together differently and group them differently. So you might have street lighting measures that are on at night. There's going to be different in terms of load impacts and air conditioning. So you don't want to put those two things in the same bundle because they have really different impacts on both on timing and probably on cost. So there's some care in aggregating measures into bundles based on cost and load shape. And buildability, how soon you can get them, whether they're retrofit or lost opportunity, because there's only so many appliances turn over in a given year. Well, you can't get them all at once, even though over a 20-year period there's a lot of them. So there's a constraint on how much you can get, unlike retrofit. So there's different ways to group these things into bundles And the conditionality of each of the bundles depends on the kinds of things you're trying to answer with the resource. If you know you're going to have a peak problem, you're probably more concerned about their load shape than if you've just got an annual energy problem. So if just burning fuel is a problem, then energy matters just as much as peak.
Thank you, Tom. And I guess maybe the mild redirect, if you give me permission to do this, would be based on AEG's work, to Hawaiian Electric. Is there some, unbundling available in the data that Hawaiian Electric will have or get access to, sort of being able to type this into different classes and time and availability, et cetera?
I think that's a question for AEG, but I'm pretty sure load shape is part of their analysis. So they have load shapes for every one of the identified resources. But I see Eli was on the connection, so maybe he could answer that.
Yeah, I'll try. This is Eli Morris with AEG, just filling in for Ingrid, who wasn't able to be here today. And hi, Tom. It's been a while.
Hi, Eli.
Yeah, so I'm not as familiar with the study we performed, but that's exactly what we would want to figure out during the scoping phase of what are those levels of granularity that are meaningful to the modeling, because we do have that detailed level of data, but we need to figure out what's the right way to package it together into supply curves.
Yeah, thank you, Eli. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw you under the bus. Maybe the question
No problem.
was maybe to Hawaiian Electric based on their conversations with your company, whether or not they're getting that information in that form or not.
Yeah, Robert, I think that'll be part of the discussions, as we work out the scope and the scope of the additional work that needs to be completed.
Thanks, Robert. Stephen, please.
Hi, Steve Schiller again from the EEM team. Really following up on Robert's question, I think I'd be interested in the HECO team's reaction to Tom and Natalie's presentation. Is your reaction, yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do, it's perfect, of course, or some concerns, constraints, and as part of that, maybe talking about how you would approach developing the packages of measures, whether you're going to be looking at that from just a capacity or also a distribution benefit. And probably the other one is, Mark, you had mentioned a schedule, in response to my question, does any of this change what your sense is about the time to complete this work? Or are there requirements for limitations on what the demand side analysis can be in order for you to complete it in the time frame mentioned? So that's a bunch of stuff. I basically just wanted to see HECO's reaction to Tom and Natalie's presentation and how that is going to help define your work or not, what you consider constraints, and how it affects schedule. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Yeah, so as Colton was indicating, we plan to hopefully be able to model EE as a supply side resource, a selectable resource. So in that context, it would likely it's available for the capacity expansion model to select optimized along with any other resource that's available to the model, and that in theory can help inform EE programs to the extent that they're cost effective or least cost compared to other resources that are available to be selected. I think there's one of the components that would need to be worked out as we create the supply curves is what sort of services that the bundles may provide. That's useful information for the model to know. And in terms of schedule, there's not just this, but there are other analyses that are being recommended to be performed. So depending on, depending on the other things that we need to get done, plus the work with AEG, we're still, I think, discussing schedule with AEG as well. So I don't have a good sense yet for when that, those supply curves or those model inputs would be available to us.
Thanks, Mark. Clarice and then Rachel, invite you to ask your
On HECO's slide 14, on the third sub-bullet point, they mentioned that clarity is needed as to whether energy efficiency includes other resources beyond traditional demand-side management, such as DR and distributed PV and battery systems. I was just like wondering what people's opinion is on that. So maybe to some of the experts.
Grace, maybe I could help maybe reframe that for Natalie and Tom a little bit, or clarify and let me know if I'm wrong. But I'm just wondering, have you seen other states maybe who have included like PV or batteries as sort of either an energy efficiency measure or sort of modeled in similar ways? I guess, does that capture it, Grace?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, other utilities do model other demand side resources in addition to energy efficiency. Demand response is probably the most frequently one that's modeled, but they're beginning to model in the most recent integrated resource plans, at least in the Northwest, and I think elsewhere, Indiana, model battery storage, thermal storage as options, and distributed generation, solar PV, particularly with and without storage, as selectable resource options in their portfolio. It requires, the same kinds of information you have that you have to get for energy efficiency, which is how fast can you get it, how much does it cost, what's its load shape impact. So all those characterizations have to be done. I haven't seen the modeling of electrification of transportation. That's pretty new. And nor have I seen a lot of work on electrification, generally speaking, moving from fossil fuels to full electric system. Although some of the commissions are asking for those kinds of analysis, given some state legislation, particularly in Washington and California, about that. But certainly battery storage, thermal storage, demand response, and distributed generation behind the meter, as well as utility scale distributed generation at the substation level, is being modeled by utilities, PacifiCorp, Portland General Electric, and Puget Sound Energy, and Indiana, others.
Yeah, it's NIPSCO in Indiana that is looking at storage in a little bit more of an innovative way. And not that anybody wants a California example, except maybe Commissioner Potter. SMUD's doing a pretty good job of looking at multiple resources as well. And I think they have EVs in their IRP as well.
Thanks, Tom and Natalie. Rachel, James, I saw you had your hand up earlier. Would you like to ask a question?
Yes, thank you. I just put it down since you indicated that I can ask a question next, but thanks. And I apologize, I joined late, so if this was covered and I missed it, please forgive this question. But I'm curious in thinking about this modular approach and bundling, if a locational, if there is a locational component to this evaluation. So that might be for Tom, but I guess whomever has familiarity.
There certainly can be a locational component to that. Depends on how far. Typically, the capacity expansion models don't really deal much, or don't deal at all, actually, with the distribution level. They deal with generation and to some extent transmission. So if you're going to capture those kinds of localized benefits, that needs to be somehow dealt with in the characterization of the inputs to the model, because the model doesn't know about those things. So just like you need to incorporate the cost of deferred transmission and distribution, any non-wires benefits that you might see would need to be characterized so that the model would understand that as a benefit, an additional benefit. Usually it's done as a reduction in cost of the measure cost, because it provides certain kinds of capacity benefits that defer distribution network expansion. But that's an input development. The models that I'm aware of just don't think about the distribution network. They assume that there's a load out there that they'll serve, and it's their job to figure out the best way to serve it. But they don't really are not linked in any way to the distribution network capacity expansion.
Thank you.
And then Grace, I think we'll hear your question and then move towards a break.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually just wanted to follow up on Clarice's question about the bullet point on needing further clarity about, what resources would be included in energy efficiency. And I was just wondering if Hiko could provide a little bit more context about that question, and sort of, are you thinking about that as like specifically within the scope of energy efficiency and how that's being modeled in the resource, in the capacity expansion modeling? Or is that sort of like a more broad statement on how to model those DERs?
Yeah, Grace, or Colton, you wanna? I can go
ahead.
first. Yeah. The statement was, in theory, when you're looking at those bundles, you can include, PV and battery along that supply curve. I think that works well, like when you're looking at maybe energy efficiency in the traditional sense, where it's like this permanent load reduction. But I think what we're trying to do in IGP is more explicitly model the services and flexibility of PV and battery systems. So similar to what we did in the DER docket, we treated it like a RDG resource, that can provide multiple, a dispatchable resource, I should say. And so that, I think that potentially that method of modeling that we propose to model DER might be a better way to do that, because we can capture more of the capability of the battery, or the PV plus battery behind the meter.
The other thing that driver for this question is we want to make sure that we're neither creating a gap where a DER resource is not being incorporated, or double counting a DER resource both as an energy efficiency contributor as well as part of a DER program. So it's that on top of the functionality that Mark spoke to.
Got it. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Great. Well, with that, we're right up at the top of our time here. We're going to go on break until 10 minutes past the hour. As folks are on break, I'd invite everyone to try to rename yourself if you haven't already. So it's first name, last initial, and then your organization affiliation, just to help everybody know who's in the room. Otherwise, we'll see everybody back here in about 12 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, Mark. Tom and I are both going to jump off, but if you guys if there's additional questions that come up, just let us know and we can, circle back or answer anybody's questions later on.
Thanks, Natalie. We'll share any follow-up questions we get with both you and Tom after the call today.
Awesome. Have a good day. Thank you.
Natalie, can I also ask if you can send a final version of your deck so we have that and we can share?
Do you want it right now or can I send it later?
Later's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, folks. We're back at 10 minutes past the hour. So if you're back at your laptop, would be great to have your video on so I know that you're around. I know it's a quick break, 10 minutes flies by. So I hope you've had time to refuel, re-caffeine, re-tea, hydrate, whatever you need on this Friday morning, heading into the afternoon. We are going to head into the next deep dive focused on fuel price and resource cost projections. This will run for about 25 minutes. So we'll head from 11:10 Hawaii time to 11:35 Hawaii time, about 15 minutes for Hawaiian Electric to present, and then we'll transition again to Q&A. I'll just provide some brief framing for this deep dive, and then I'll pass it over to Hawaiian Electric. So there's two components to this deep dive, starting with fuel prices. Hawaiian Electric has been forecasting fuel prices using FACTS Global Energy Forecast. The Commission requested Hawaiian Electric to explain why it chose the FGE forecast over the publicly available EIA AEO Brent forecast. And the Commission also directed Hawaiian Electric to include a scenario using the AEO Brent forecast from EIA. In terms of resource cost projections, Hawaiian Electric is using data from IHS Market to project costs for PV storage and onshore wind. The Commission here directed Hawaiian Electric to include a sensitivity with the NREL ATB for all resource cost forecasts and to explain the differences between the two forecasts. So the purpose of this deep dive is for Hawaiian Electric to provide a status update on implementing the Commission's directives I've just outlined, and a recap on recent discussions with Ulupono on this matter as well. So I invite the Hawaiian Electric team to screen share. Excellent, thanks, Chris. And
okay, thanks, Genevieve.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so I wanted to start with a quick recap of the discussions that we've had with Ulupono regarding our fuel price and resource cost assumptions. So a little while ago, on May 27th, we did meet with Ulupono to discuss those two items. And summarizing, our discussion on the fuel price forecast, we did compare the FGE, FACTS Global Energy forecast, against the EIA forecast. And as we were comparing those two forecasts, discussing, which was more accurate and, which we would move forward with. One suggested approach was to use the EIA reference as a high forecast and the FGE forecast as a low forecast. If there was a wide enough spread between the two. Generally, we agreed that the EIA high forecast was not reasonable because it was essentially too high. And then there was some discussion on using these fuel price forecasts in the development of the resource plans, and we thought it would be better to develop the plans using a fewer number of forecasts to limit the number of iterations. But we could test the final resource plans, against a wider range of fuel price forecasts or multiple fuel price forecasts. On our resource cost discussion, we did share comparisons between our resource costs that were based on IHS and using that same process to develop cost forecasts for or using the NREL ATB. And it was noted that when we looked at the NREL ATB based forecast for PV and storage, the levelized costs for those resources seem to be higher than some of the costs that we've seen from our recent procurements. So in discussing how to reconcile that, one method that we had discussed was to try to align the near-term part of the forecast in real dollars to the actual project costs, or to be within the range of our actual project costs that we've seen from those recent procurements, and then allow the forecast to kind of determine the trend for the future. And there's, I think, multiple ways that we could make that adjustment. One of the assumptions that we're making, and I'll get into this in a little bit more detail in the next slide, is to adjust the location factors that we're applying to these resources to bring them from a generic mainland cost to Hawaii. And so following our meeting on May 27th, there was a few data requests that Ulupono had made to kind of further the discussion. We had provided a historical record of FGE's forecasts to Ulupono so they could compare against actuals. And the other thing that we had provided was our resource costs based on the ATB in real dollars, so that we could better understand the underlying technology trend, separate from inflation. So I'm going to share some of the slides that we had also shared with Ulupono using the NREL ATB as the updated data source for some of these technologies. So the table I'm showing here is basically the data source that we're using for each of these technologies as the underlying resource cost and what technology that applies to. So where I've footnoted as one is where for those technologies, we've replaced it with the NREL ATB. And then just noting for footnote 2 that the ATB doesn't provide a specific cost forecast for distributed storage. And also to note that they actually don't provide a forecast for a synchronous condenser either. So that may be something we need to reconcile in the future. But generally, the process that we use, whether it's IHS Markit or the NREL ATB, was to start with a data source that provides a forecasted cost for the technology. We apply a location adjustment factor to bring that cost to Hawaii, and then apply any applicable federal or state investment tax credits as a reduction in that technology's cost. And for the data sources that only provided, point estimates or a resource cost in just 1 year, we then applied a long-term trend to then forecast that cost out to 2050. So I think everyone has the set of slides. I'm just going to touch on a few of these updates that I thought were important. For the grid scale PV, when you compare the dollar per kilowatt for the IHS forecast, and those are shown in the purple and gray lines against the ATB is notably higher across the horizon. Another change that I wanted to note was for the offshore wind. Here, this is actually not so much a ATB change, just noting that NREL is conducting a study for offshore wind specifically for Oahu. So we're actually going to be using those costs directly. There's still NREL provided costs, and I think they're still public. So I don't think there should be any issues there. And then finally, on the thermal units, one thing I wanted to note, and this applies for the combustion turbines and the combined cycle units, the ATB does provide costs for these units, but when we replace these resource costs that were originally provided by General Electric as like a budgetary estimate, General Electric had also provided, the operating characteristics of the plant, things like the heat rates, ramp rates, basically additional details to define how the unit would operate. We would want to do the same thing here. So, if we're going to change from the General Electric provided information to the ATB, we would want to use the same information that, aligns with how the resource cost estimate was developed. Just noting though that, for the combined cycle unit, it's based on a much larger plant, I think, than what we would consider 750 megawatts. It also was based on a flat heat rate, roughly 6,000 BTU per kilowatt hour. So, when we look at these resource costs, we should also be aware that, there may be other assumptions that we want to change along with that, to keep everything tied together. And then this is a slide where we took those resource costs and calculated the levelized cost of energy based on an assumed capacity factor. And we noted those on the right-hand side of the slide. So generally, using the ATB, it's consistent with, I think, relatively consistent with how the costs were categorized by IHS, where, we're showing wind and PV as the least cost resources available to the model. When we do compare that though against what IHS was previously providing, to the ATV developed cost, there are some differences. So on this chart, it's again showing the levelized cost of energy, but now using comparing the ATV against IHS, and IHS is in the dashed line. So you can see, in our discussion with Ulupono, when you look at the purple and pink lines, they seem relatively higher in the near term than some of the recent projects that came out of the stage 1 and stage 2 RFPs. So that's the last slide I had on this section. Genevieve, did you want us to proceed straight into the fuel price discussion?
Yeah, I think that sounds great. We can keep going and then save both for Q&A.
Okay. I just want to check. I think Nick Pasley should be on to discuss this section.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can hear you, Nick.
Okay.
So I can drive the slides for you, Nick. Just let me know when.
Okay, thanks. So basically, the process that we followed for this is kind of the same as we have in the past, where we do a historical correlation between our fuels by type to Brent. So we look at the historical data, we do a linear regression on that, we get a really good R-squared value for that of around 0.93, which kind of shows that our fuel types correlate with Brent. And what that does is it allows us to use a Brent forecast from any source really, and we can project what the forecast is based on that Brent price projection. We have been using Facts Global Energy. They're on the call now too if people have questions for them on how they derive it. I believe we just took a look at the EIA reference forecast and then kind of plus minus 15% on that. In our discussions with Ulupono, we were kind of looking at the EIA reference and the FGE, and we just sent some data over to them from Facts Global Energy. And I think we were thinking about maybe using one as a high, one as a low, to cover those two scenarios. You can go to the next slide. So this is kind of showing historic Brent, which, it kind of has some disturbances and then it kind of returns back just to kind of show that it moves around a lot. It's very difficult to come up with an accurate forecast. We can go to the next slide. And these are some of the slides we went over on the call earlier. And this one is basically showing the high and low from the EIA for the last 3 years. And the idea behind this was to show that it's a really, really large range. And if we use the full range, it makes it kind of difficult. I think this is where in our discussion with Ulupono, they were looking more at the EIA reference and not so much the low and high cases. Next slide. So this is a EIA example, kind of going back 10 years to show how each of the three forecasts went, the high, the low, and the reference. And, it does kind of capture the full range, but it's almost like the low was good for current prices now, and the high kind of captured the peak after the earthquake, but it's still a very large range. Next slide. So this is an example showing 2018 with all the different forecasts laid on it. So you can see kind of the historic past trend of where it went up and kind of had that peak around 2011, and then kind of came back down. And then the idea behind this slide is to kind of visually show which forecast kind of looks like what you could see the future being, although no one can predict the future. And you can see the EIA reference is kind of a little bit higher above the FGE forecast, and then the high and the low are kind of, very large range, where it does look likely that it would stay between those two. But as I was saying, it makes it kind of hard to simulate with such a large range. The next slide is the 2019, same thing. So you can kind of see it basically the same. EIA reference is a little bit higher than the FGE. And then the next slide is the same thing for 2020.
Excellent.
And then I think oh, go ahead, you have a question?
No, I just wondered, I believe this is potentially your last slide, but just wanted to jump in and give you a 1-minute warning, Nick, on time. But if you're ready to jump to Q&A, we can also do that.
Okay, yeah, and Jeff Brown is on from Facts Global Energy if people have questions on how their forecast compares to EIA.
Great. Thank you both. Henry, looks like you've got your hand up. Jump in.
Yes, I think there was a reference to looking at who was accurate in the past to determine who might be accurate in the future. And I was wondering if you broke up the past in sort of 4 or 5 blocks, whether the same entity always got it right or whether there was randomness in each block and therefore going forward is really a crapshoot.
It's kind of hard to assess like the accuracy of a forecast, but we did get a little chart from Facts Global Energy. I don't know if Chris can show that. And then if FG is on the line, maybe they can talk about the accuracy of theirs. That was kind of one of the outcomes of our discussion with Ulapuna was, you know, they wanted FGE to give them their past forecast so they could do their own assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're going to pull it up, Nick. We have it. We pulled up the last 10 years. You know, every few years we go back and look at how we've been doing accuracy-wise. I think you'll find if you look at the picture, if anything, a lot of the years we were a little low relative to where prices ended up. You can see in here. Obviously, oil prices have been very volatile through that period. So we went back 10 years and then we picked a few selected years before that. So these are our nominal price forecasts, and then you have the actual outlook. We did compare it. Obviously, we aren't experts on what the EIA is doing, but we compared it. And as you might guess, given some of the previous forecasts, the EIA tended to be quite a bit higher than we were. So for the way the EIA seems to be running their model, it tends to sort of take the recent trend and project off of it oftentimes. And typically it's been much more aggressive in terms of its increases.
Great. Thanks for jumping in there too, Jeff. Any other questions from folks?
Hi, Genevieve, it's Mark. I know Dr. Fripp is on the call, but I just wanted to give him an opportunity in case he wanted to add anything to the discussion. But if not, we can just take more questions.
Hi, yeah, it's hard to know what to say. This is the first time I'm seeing this graph, so I'd like to kind of stare at it in a little more detail. And I think this is the FGE version, so I'd want to try to compare it in some systematic way to the EIA version. I think there was, yeah, I guess we feel like it's still sort of an open question how to choose which forecast. The FGE one is generally higher than the EIA one. I think the base case is higher than the FGE one. There was some language earlier that like along the lines of like, well, maybe treat EIA as high and FGE as reference or vice versa. But I think it's a little more ambiguous than that, whether like, are they both good and we should, do we consider them to have equal merit and then average them together? Or do we consider them as equal merit and treat them as high and low ranges? I think there's still a little more discussion to be done about that, but that could be in large part driven or resolved by kind of looking over these, just the historical performance. And like if FGE has generally gotten, hit much closer on the 5 and 10 and 20-year forecast, then that would, give us more confidence relying on that.
Great. Thanks, Matthias, and thanks for joining us. Great to have you here. Jay, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to maybe check with Mark and Colton. But if we step back to the earlier presentation from Tom Ekman, seems to me the key point here is not whether who has the most. We're going to have a perfect forecast of the future. Question is, how do we use this range of uncertainty to inform the planning? Right? You're going to see a different set of behavior or projected resource acquisitions and plans, the high versus the low. So can you kind of highlight the next steps, how those forecasts are used, particularly given some of the Tom's discussion about the uncertainty analysis, and again the adaptive management, because again, as Nick said, we're never going to see a perfect smooth price projection. You see it bounce around, and so that volatility, variability is one of the main things we're trying to contend with. So again, how is this going to inform the resource modeling and the proposed set of actions?
Yeah, I'll go first, and then others can chime in. So I think one thing that Chris mentioned is, well, first, I think once we can agree on what we should use as the reference, then we can apply that reference field forecast to all of the scenarios. I think as we progress to focusing on maybe a subset of all the scenarios, we may not need to do it to every scenario, but then we can test the robustness of that against a high and a low field forecast and see how the resulting grid needs may change, either from a needs or cost perspective. I think the main point we're trying to make is that running a high reference and low on every scenario may just be an exponential number of scenarios. So I think we just need to come up with a subset of the plans that we may want to test the different fuel ranges against. I'm not sure if others have anything to add.
I think I'm having trouble putting into words what I was saying before, but like part of it is both FGE and EIA are presented as reference forecasts. So I'm leery of sort of saying, well, since one's higher than the other, we treat one as the high and the other as the low, since neither of them is meant to be a high or a low, or one as a reference and one as high. But maybe we do have to average them together to make a reference forecast that covers the bases. Aside from that, I think there is some merit in doing plans that are sort of, certainly we need a plan that reflects our central view of how things are likely to be. There's probably merit in having plans that are more renewable heavy and maybe less renewable heavy, in order to do that follow-on sort of cross testing and stress testing, because then you can come out of it and say, yeah, the reference plan, the central plan performs quite well across a range of conditions. The higher renewable plan might, it would probably mitigate risk in some ways that would show up in the stress testing, but maybe have higher costs. So it gives you information to sort of make those trade-offs. And then, but yeah, so at least sort of three. And one way to drive a higher renewable or a lower renewable plan is with your price forecast. Because if you feed them a price forecast, so it's not necessarily that you're saying we think this could happen, but if you feed the model a high fuel price forecast and a low renewable price forecast, it's going to pick a very renewable heavy plan. But one way to think of it is, well, we're doing a sort of moderate plan that reflects that reference conditions that we expect. And then we're doing a plan that's kind of intentionally driven more towards renewables and one that's driven more away from renewables. And then you can stress test all three of those later and see which ones perform better. But it's still, it's a challenge to find what that central reference fuel price forecast is. So I don't know if other parties have any opinion on that as well. It just does seem like an open question when you're presented with two two forecasts from credible sources that differ from each other significantly, how do you choose which one you're going to use for your planning?
Chair, this is Colton. If I can add on both Dr. Fripp and Mark. So I think given what we heard this morning from the folks from the labs, especially Tom's portion around stochastic, I think he called it, what was it? Something on steroids. I think one of the slides mentioned that. You know, I think what we have been planning to do was to, you know, once in working with Ulupono, we figure out what's the right reference forecast for fuel pricing to use. We'll build plans around that and stress test it against different fuel pricing, like Mark described. I think what I want to have some further discussions with Ulupono on Dr. Fripp and Murray, as well as other stakeholders, is, you know, whether there's merit and value to building a resource plan on, you know, say a high, whatever we pick as, ultimately pick as the high fuel price scenario, build a resource plan on that, and then stress test it under the lower prices and see what you get there, and see whether there's, you know, parallels or whether there's significant differences, and from there figure out what further analysis you might do. I think that kind of gets more, does more in terms of at least the spirit of what Tom talked about. He may be cringing right now and say, no, that's not what I was thinking. But I think that gives us an ability to get some perspective and views into what our plans could look like if we were to have a different fuel price assumption, and see what similarities and differences we have to make better choices about then how you either set or modify the plan given the fuel price uncertainties.
Thank you, Colton. Thank you all for that session. I think I'm going to cut that off there. I'm sure there are a few final comments that we could have continued through, but in the interest of time and the sessions we have booked in for the afternoon, I am going to close that session and pass it to Mark for our next session on DERs and load forecasts.
Great. Thanks, Genevieve. So the next deep dive here will be across two sections spanning the lunch break. And the first part before the lunch break will be baseline assumptions and inputs for the DER and load forecasts. So again, I'll give a little bit of framing on this session just to help everyone understand what they're about to hear, and then pass it off to Hawaiian Electric for a 25-minute presentation. So the framing thoughts, the commission directed Hawaiian Electric to prioritize customer demand side resources as part of the first IGP cycle. I want to highlight 4 specific things that I think will come up here. One is they directed Hawaiian Electric to explain how they use load seer and synergy models to develop and inform DER and load forecasts. Directed to include qualitative summaries and quantitative results of load seer and synergy findings, include best estimates of tariffs and programs to inform adjusting layers against the baseline load forecast, and finally to explain which EV charging assumption Hawaiian Electric is using to inform the baseline forecast. In the Wednesday stakeholder working group meeting earlier this week, Hawaiian Electric provided additional information around some of these topics, which we can help prime this discussion today. And so the purpose of our time together in this session then is to have Hawaiian Electric describe in greater detail what DER, EV, and time of use rate inputs and assumptions were used or are under development to inform the baseline forecast, and then how the load seer and synergy models were used to inform the DER forecast. So that's, in 30 seconds, the context and kind of what we hope to accomplish here. I'll hand it over now to Hawaiian Electric for a 25-minute presentation, and then we'll invite Q&A as we've been doing.
Good morning. This is Ken Aramaki from Hawaiian Electric. Based on that, that was good background to start this. We're kind of going to go the way our slides are. We're going to kind of switch the order, though. I'm going to start talking about how we use load seer and synergy to inform our grid needs. Next slide. Okay, so this is, what this shows here are the 5 stages of the distribution planning process. Starts with the forecast, which is fed into what we do in the analysis. Based on our analysis, it goes into solution options, evaluation, and implementation. My I guess 9 slides that I'll be going over is going to focus more on the forecast and analysis slides, which is where we employ LoadSeer and Synergy. Okay, next slide. So within the forecasting stage, the data from the prior year is used as a starting point. And you can see in that first block, the corporate demand forecast is used as an input into LoadSeer. So LoadSeer is the application used by our distribution planners, and it helps to provide a location-specific DER and load forecast. LoadSeer takes as inputs, as I mentioned, the corporate demand forecast. And within that corporate demand forecast, it's built with layers that include sales, DER, energy efficiency, and EV. The corporate demand forecast that's developed and used in IGP informs this distribution planning process. The next block below is substation circuit data. Oh, sorry, can you go back one? The substation and circuit data, and that's obtained through our SCADA systems. We also use as an input service requests and marketing and media information to inform us of new load requests, DER requests, or new developments that we see in the media. Also, as an input into LoadSeer is the economic, weather, and spatial forecasts. And what that provides is LoadSeer the ability to identify probable placement of forecasted load and DER. So LoadSeer essentially determines if there are overloads and if a grid need may be needed. Can you advance it, please, Chris? So the output of LoadSeer, you can see there's 2 arrows. One goes above, and that provides a location-specific load forecast that feeds into our grid needs assessment. And the other arrow goes into what we call the DER hosting capacity review, and that's where we employ Synergy. Synergy is a tool that we use to determine if there is DER hosting capacity available on a circuit. And if we see voltage issues or other DER hosting capacity mitigations that are required, then that feeds into another grid need assessment. And can you advance in again? And then that goes into the 3rd stage, which are the solution options. And this is where the process sort of meets back up with the IGP process as a grid needs and solutions evaluation. Okay, next slide. So the next few slides I'll kind of skim over, but just to show graphically, how sort of the mechanics of LoadSeer. So LoadSeer, it starts with historical data, and this is like our SCADA, whatever SCADA data we have, and then the data needs to be, I guess, cleaned in order to be usable within LoadSeer. Yeah, so this is SCADA and AMI data, and it's analyzed against weather station data as well. Okay, next slide. Then we have spatial allocation forecast. So each LoadSeer run, which includes load growth, DER, EE, and EV, can be layered onto the base load. So in a further slide, I'll show how, just graphically how it all kind of nets out together. Okay, next slide. And this slide is just a diagram of how the corporate forecast is disaggregated into various forecasts that are then fed into LoadSeer. So basically all the green blocks are the disaggregated forecasts that are used as inputs into LoadSeer. Okay, next slide. Within the LoadSeer program, the distribution planners can have the ability to, I guess, manually input any other data that we have, such as the the media requests or new service requests or any DER requests, so they can put in the data to inform the analysis. Okay, next slide. So, and this is just kind of all that put together creates a circuit level forecast. So that includes the base load, spatial allocation forecast, and map adjustments. Okay, next slide. So, and then advance it again. So that was a little bit about the mechanics of loads here. And so again, loads here, it determines, you know, whether there's, it provides a load for a location specific load forecast, which is fed into our grid needs assessment block. And so if there's any grid needs that are required to serve new loads, that's how we get, we use loads here to determine that. And on the next slide, we'll discuss a little bit more about the analysis stage, where we use Synergy for analyzing DER hosting capacity. Essentially, the Synergy analysis is done to relieve constraints at the local level to enable DER forecasts that are contained within the corporate forecast. So the way we go about doing that is sort of a staged process. So what LoadSeer does is it takes a look at the 5-year DER forecast. And each step has a greater level of precision to figure out what the available hosting capacity is. But each one is more time intensive. So we use it kind of like as a screening process. So step 1 is that purple block on the bottom, an initial screen. And basically what that is it's not simple, but it's a check of, you know, what is our 5-year DER forecast? Do we have the hosting capacity available to allow that? And if it does, then it doesn't need to advance to the next stage. It's, you know, there's no grid need that's required. Step 2, which is in the green block, that's where we then use Synergy. And Synergy we've used for some time now for hosting capacity analysis. Just to note that this step was recently retooled based on, basically it was retooled based on feedback from the company. So Hawaiian Electric in prior years used to manually do this process with using Synergy, but we worked with Synergy to have them update their software in order to kind of automate this step for us. And essentially this determines the hosting capacity based on an incremental growth of DER using a load flow analysis. If the 5-year forecasted DER exceeds the hosting capacity, then we'll look at employing setting changes, or if setting changes such as like in LTC setting change or other, you know, non-robust type of installations or equipment, then we'll go to the next step. And this next step is that in the blue block, that is basically using the Synergy program, but this is something that was part of the distributed planning working group, where we worked with EPRI to develop a script that can run multiple forecasts or multiple load flow analyses with Synergy to get a more probabilistic look at the hosting capacity on the circuit. So for the blue block, and this is currently only on Oahu, the circuits, and this is all, you know, still in progress, but based on the circuits that we have started to take a look at, about 1% get to that last step, that blue block. And so basically, if it's still within that blue block, which creates a more, I guess, to the edge type of hosting capacity analysis, if it still fails that, then that would require going into the grid needs step. And then now I'm going to turn it over to Mark for the remaining slides.
Actually, Talon will pick up the remaining slides.
Hi. Yep. Can you folks hear me? So,
Yep, I can hear you.
okay. Okay, thanks. So quick introduction. Hi, I'm Talon Sokugawa, manager for forecasting from Hawaiian Electric. Stepping in for Joanna Ide, who I think a lot of you worked with in the past, so nice to meet you folks. So today, yeah, we're gonna go over the recap of the DER forecast, highlight the updates we're working on, such as incorporating new program proposals and next steps for further collaboration with stakeholders. So I'll go through the first few slides fairly quickly. They're mostly background refreshers. So the DER forecast is a forecast for basically the amount of PV and distributed storage going to be installed and their generation for a future time horizon. There are other technologies that could be incorporated in DER, such as like wind, the small wind turbines, but those are usually treated on a project by project basis. We're mainly looking at PV and batteries. So what we do is we forecast the quantity and the capacity of PV and batteries going to be on the grid for each island by rate class. And in the short term, we can do it by program. Those forecasts are then translated into monthly sale reductions, which is then translated into hourly profiles and shapes. And kind of what Ken went over can be mapped to the distribution circuits, or at least provide a guide to the distribution circuits. So next slide, please. So the forecast methods, there are essentially two methods. There's a near term, which we do an in-depth analysis and evaluation on the current applications over the past year or so. We take into consideration, is there any caps on any programs? And we do that near-term forecast for a couple years out. Beyond that, it gets a little bit trouble to rely solely on application information. So we switch to a model-based approach, which I'll cover in an upcoming slide, which basically is looking at economics. And then ultimately, the combination of those two methods are then translated into energy forecasts based on solar resource information. So next slide, please. So here's an example of kind of what that near-term capacity forecast looks like. You have time on the x-axis, incremental capacity additions on the y-axis. Different program breaks out here by color. As you folks are aware, at the beginning, most interconnections were based in the NEM program, but as time shifted and there was more program offerings, you can kind of see how the distribution changes over time. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the long-term forecast is based on an economic choice model. So the primary assumption for the average customer adoption is economics. So we look at and I'll go into this a little bit more in a future slide on the inputs that result basically in payback. What are the payback potential, and how does that translate to percent of adoption within a PV customer addressable market? And those that forecast of percent adoption is then translated into actual capacity based on the number of potential adopters and an assumed average system size. The next slide, please. So here's a result. Yep. Okay, I think we missed the slide. Okay, but anyways, here's a graph of kind of what that forecast looks like for percent adoption. You know, we tried to highlight here historically some trends that have happened, that reduction or that slope down in adoption, mainly after NEM. And then in the light green line going out is the forecast from the last time we did this analysis. You can kind of see that sawtooth in the profile, which is the model's anticipation for the tax credits expiration. So this percent adoption, next slide, please, is then translated into actual number of adoption. Oh, okay. Okay, I think we missed a slide, but that's okay. So that percent adoption would ultimately be translated to number of adopters and installed capacity forecasts. So here are the inputs that we are primarily using for the DER forecast. Economic assumptions, so cost of batteries, possible incentives, electricity price in the future, possible program structures, and then some O&M components. So these can be thought of as assumption dials, right? You can always tweak these to either run a sensitivity or run a base case. So this is where we want to work with you folks and stakeholders to get input on the levels of these types of inputs. Next slide, please. So just to recap, I'll go over these quickly. On the addressable market assumed for both residential and commercial, we did do some threshold filtering based on physical layout and other economic factors like owner occupancy as one of the primary requirements to adopt solar. Single family homes, if there are multi-family homes, there are a maximum of 4 units. And we also looked at energy thresholds. So customers whose load was large enough to be utilized by a 3 kilowatt PV system. So next slide, please. So we did the same sort of filtering for commercial customers. It's a little bit more challenging just because of the diversity of customers. We tried to apply similar thresholds in terms of energy thresholds as well as physical thresholds. So here we're highlighting that we excluded structures, greater than 6 stories. Next slide, please. So this slide, it does look like it's a draft slide, but we wanted to highlight that, based on recent changes in policy, with Joe Biden's COVID-19 relief package at the end of last year, beginning of this year, there were some updates to the federal tax credits. And so we want to highlight as one of the immediate items, this is something that we can update for the uptick model, as well as looking at, what are those new programs that are going to be proposed. So next slide, please. So we took a look at, and we've been following the DER docket and what was proposed there by the various parties. So I think a lot of this will get covered in the next section. But as a starting point, we can run 3 sensitivities, the current market forecast, incorporating the DER party's program proposal, and then the program proposal by the company, Hawaiian Electric. And within those programs, there are additional levels of incentives or compensation or performance metrics that we can put into the economic choice model to see how does that adjust the adoption rates. So this is something we want to continue conversations about. So next steps. So next slide, please. So this is, So this is some feedback we had from Wednesday. I'm already losing track of the days. From Wednesday's stakeholder meeting. It did come up about how do we consider non-economic factors. So this is something we would like to get more feedback from stakeholders on how and can we incorporate that into the forecast. There's a lot of technology changes that are anticipated. Do we need to make adjustments in the cost of the system or adjust the NREL ATB cost, for example? That's an area we would like to get some more feedback on. Right now, the modeling assumes an average system size based on average customer, so average customer usage. So do we need to make adjustments to that assumption? Should the system size be larger, smaller? How does it help run the sensitivity analysis? And then again, kind of covering some programs, future programs that we might want to try to evaluate enrolling into the sensitivities or the bookends. Yeah, so it was a good discussion on Wednesday. Next slide, please. So this is the last slide. So here are some just proposed initial updates we can do to the DER forecast. We can update those tax incentives, work with the planners on updating our cost forecast using NREL ATB, and then start to incorporate what was proposed in the DER dockets for those program proposals. I do want to highlight that this is a continuous improvement, continuous engagement activity. So we plan on further discussions at the next stakeholder meeting, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. And then, we're open to engagement with stakeholders, whether that be through email, correspondence, or if we need to have additional meetings, that's something we can try to accommodate. Yeah. I think that's my last slide. So hopefully I made it under the time. Yeah.
You did. Thank you. I think we've got about 15 minutes for Q&A to keep us on track here. Again, I'd invite folks to raise their hands or If you prefer to enter your question in the chat, please do so. But let's start with raised hands and get folks to voice their questions. Stephen, please.
Thanks, Mark. This question is about LoadSeer and Synergy and whether they would allow HECO to develop locational avoided costs for T&D upgrades. As Tom mentioned in the LBNL presentation, those sorts of things could be inputs into other phases of the resource planning process. So I was wondering if HECO could comment on that.
So for the locational costs, that would be identified as we look at the grid needs. So for example, if there's forecasted load growth in a particular area, and we think that we'll need to add a new substation or new substation transformer, the cost of those capital investments would be identified, and that could be part of an NWA procurement or program type. So those costs can be captured as we look at the solution sourcing step. So LoadSeer would, so in that process, LoadSeer helps us with the load forecasting, and then we would identify grid needs, and then the grid needs would lead to a capital cost that could potentially be deferred.
Well, Mark, to make it really clear, to do that, you would need use a combination of LoadSeer and Synergy to derive those needs and the solutions.
Right. Yeah, that's correct.
Other questions from folks? Yeah, Clarice.
So given that you're using an adjusting layer for the DER, I'm just wondering if any adjustments will need to be made to that adjustment layer in the market forecast when you start modeling DERs as a resource.
Yeah, so I guess to the work that's being completed currently, so the work that's being completed currently is to take the current market forecasts and model those in Synergy, as Ken had described, to look at the hosting capacities and determine which circuits potentially may need grid upgrades in order to interconnect the 5-year forecast. And that's what we're aiming to provide by August. If throughout, once we figure out what the high forecast will be, or the high DER scenario as part of the bookends, or if incremental DER gets selected through the capacity expansion modeling, then we can also update those hosting capacity numbers and any necessary grid upgrades once we have an idea of what those forecasts or those higher level DER selections will be. I'm not sure if I answered your question clearly, so you can follow up.
So what I interpreted that to mean, or just to make sure I'm understanding this, is that you would make adjustments to the hosting capacity analysis, but I was wondering if you would need to make any adjustments to the DER layer in the market forecast when you start modeling DER as a resource.
Yeah, so within LoadSeer, we can have another scenario so say, for example, a higher DER scenario. And that would be reflective of, for example, a bookend, or if we're modeling DER as a resource, let me restate that. When we look at the bookends, and if there's a high DER scenario, and the DER in the high scenario within the resolve and Plexos modeling, we can model that to provide grid services. If we know that quantity, then yes, we would adjust that in load SEER as part of, like, say, a high scenario. There's a market scenario, high scenario. I think you might be asking if Resolve selects it as a resource. We wouldn't know that until Resolve actually selects it. But if we needed to, we could go back and adjust the layers as well.
Clarice, this is Colton. Is your question around grid services from DER that may be beyond what's in the assumed layer within our forecast? If in our assessments, because we are planning to look at DERs at different levels above and beyond what's in this base layer, if it turns out that our analysis shows that there is a need and selection of grid services from DERs above that, then the analysis that we do will account for that total higher level of DERs, those that are identified above and beyond the base layer, plus what we get from the base layer as well. So we'll account for the full amount there. And then to what Mark is saying, if that's the answer we come up with in our analyses, then we will need to go back into the base, make an adjustment so that load SEER can incorporate that higher level, and then working with Synergy to use that to identify any local opportunities for distribution avoidance or potentially even transmission avoidance. But that's for the purposes of identifying potential local benefits. For sort of system level grid services, that will be done through Resolve and Plexos that incorporates both the scenarios of higher level of DER, which includes the base amount of DERs as well. Hope that helps.
Great. I saw one other hand up from Dan W, but I'm not sure if this question was addressed. We could also, if there are other questions from others, please feel free to raise your hand or just jump in. Go ahead, Pete.
Thanks, Mark. Regarding the addressable market for behind the meter PV that was mentioned a couple slides ago, I was wondering how the market for additional opportunities beyond those limitations that were laid out, for residential owner occupied, single family and multifamily up to 4 units. I was wondering how those opportunities are included in any of the forecasting, if at all. And I'm just thinking of one example, HECO's rooftop rental demonstration program that I think, it's in the demonstration phase right now, and the application is not in front of the commission yet. But are these types of additional opportunities that could capture more of the DER market included in projections or forecasts in any way?
So I'll take a first stab at that, and others can chime in. But so I think that's one of the feedback that was brought up at the last working group meeting about non-traditional DER programs. So I think that's an area where if there are other programs we're not thinking about right now or not contemplating right now, we can potentially provide a forecast for that. And even when we do the allocations and load SEER, we can, adjust what the addressable market is as we do, the spatial allocations. Your question specifically about the rooftop rental, I think we haven't explored what the potential of that program is, or we may have. We can always model that as well. But if there's other programs that may be contemplated, that we could attempt to generate a forecast for that or adjust the addressable market.
Mark, I can just add just a small note here too on like rooftop rental and maybe expanding the market. I think for this particular DR forecast, we did carve it out just to those single family homes and home ownership, but there are programs like CBRE, and maybe the rooftop rental that might be a separate layer to address additional market.
Thanks. And just to be clear, the only reason I was calling out rooftop rental is just because it was one opportunity that I know the company is pursuing. I'm not saying that like necessarily needs to be in the projection, just was wondering how you were treating that.
I had an
Robert?
additional.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go for it, Robert. I'll go after you.
Thank you. I'll just follow up briefly on that past conversation. We did have an opportunity to have a conversation with Hawaiian Electric on Wednesday, and we talked about 3 different levers that impact the DR forecast. And so one of them is non-traditional markets. So for example, there's proposals currently to allow sort of systems to address multifamily units, particularly affordable housing units, through some type of virtual metering. There are proposals, well, in addition to rooftop rental, and there's other concepts. In addition, the other lever we pointed to is system size. Currently, most of the policies encourage customers only to serve their load. They only are entitled to credits for exports, and therefore they're naturally constrained. If you want to serve anything beyond that, essentially that's all forfeited. So one of the proposals before the commission is to allow essentially compensation beyond just credits, which does a couple different things. One, it potentially allows the systems to be economically sized in a way that makes sense for the customer. So you potentially have a larger base of DERs coming on, but also potentially unlocks sort of non-traditional markets too. You can imagine a large warehouse with a small load potentially deciding to install a PV system if they could be compensated for the export, whereas if they have a small load, they may not do it. So just some examples of sort of how some of these levers can be pulled and how they sort of impact the overall forecasts. Happy to share more. I don't really mean to take away from Hawaiian Electric's presentation here, but just sort of maybe addressing that question from Pete. There are a couple different layers to this. Thanks.
Thanks, Robert. I wasn't sure, does Hawaiian Electric want to respond to that here?
Yeah, I think, one of the challenge, and well, part of why, and we'll talk about the bookends a little bit later, but I think the bookends represents an opportunity to, explore what these open, with what a larger expansion of the market could look like. I think as far as, some specific proposals, we're certainly looking at the proposals in the DER docket and, trying to come up with some of the assumptions that we could make to update a DER forecast. Of course, the more, certainty there is, then, we can sort of narrow sort of the analysis work of, depending on how much we may or may not know about what the DER programs are going to look like. That would certainly help to kind of focus some of the effort.
Great. Kara, did you want to jump in with your question here?
No, thank you, Robert. Addressed what I was wondering about.
Thanks, Kylie, and then I think we'll move to lunch. Hawaiian Electric response.
I just had a quick clarifying question for Hiko, because there was a mention of the CBRE program addressing some of the previously unaddressable market for DERs. And I remember in some of the initial runs of the IGP resolve model, CBRE was included as a fixed megawatt assumption. like the program to capacity. So I'm wondering if that's still the plan for treating CBRE and the IGP going forward.
Yeah, so that was one of the assumptions we mentioned at the very beginning, that if there's, we would need to agree on what we're going to assume for the CBRE program if there's going to be an expansion of it. CBRE subscribers specifically don't affect necessarily what's happening behind the meter, because it's like a subscription. What we're interested in is the actual CBRE subscriber organizations and projects. So right now we do have both phases of CBRE modeled as being able to provide dispatchable services, but to the extent that and sorry, one more thing to add there is that we within LoadSeer, the CBRE small projects are part of the geospatial allocation. And then, on top of that, we may are able to add the medium and large projects depending on where they come in. But on the resource modeling side, they're being modeled as dispatchable projects.
Thanks, everybody. That brings us to the end of the time we had dedicated to this deep dive, and 45 minutes for lunch, after which we'll come back and pick up again on this topic of DER and load forecasts. I invite folks to turn their cameras off or disconnect and rejoin us at the top of the hour. We hope to see everyone back. Thank you.
Hi all, as you return from your break, I just invite you to turn on your video so we know who's back in the chair or perhaps at a standing desk. All right, starting to see some cameras turn on. Maybe wait a minute or two. And for those who just joined, invite you to turn on your camera just so that we know who is back from their break. Okay, starting to see some cameras turn on. Great. Well, just to keep us on time, I think I'll go ahead and get started. And I just asked Genevieve to keep her eye on the waiting room. I see some people in there. So great. So as Mark explained, we are going to continue with the conversation around DER and load forecasts for this next part of the deep dives. Specifically, we have a few statements that we prepared similarly to help set up and frame this discussion. And with this deep dive, we're going to first hear from Hiko. They have a presentation prepared, and then Q&A as we've done in the past. And then we'll also have an opportunity to have a breakout group discussion as well. So to provide a few framing remarks to get us started here, in the review point order, the Commission required Hawaiian Electric to clarify their different bookend scenarios and sensitivities. And they specifically provided the following directives. So to further develop and clearly explain the assumptions and calculations used to develop the bookend sensitivities and the other standalone sensitivities included in that grid needs assessment, to provide a clear narrative that describes how the scenarios or sensitivities adjust data in inputs and assumptions workbooks, and to demonstrate how the probabilistic forecast developed with LoadSeer will inform the different bookend scenarios. So similarly to the last deep dive, during Wednesday's stakeholder working group meeting, the companies provided additional information around their approach to modeling the bookend sensitivity and other sensitivities as well, and some updated thinking around that I think was included in that review point filing. And so I think that conversation has set us up well to continue discussing the details behind those different sensitivities. So as I said, Hawaiian Electric is now going to give a short presentation on the bookend sensitivity and the other sensitivities, and then we'll have an opportunity to hear from parties if there are any questions about those as well. So looks like slides are ready to go. So Mark, is this going to be you?
Yep, thanks, Kara.
Great.
We can go to the next slide. Yeah, so we're gonna talk about the sensitivities as well as the bookends, but yeah, I just wanted to point out that these and the reason why we are dedicating a couple of working group meetings to this topic, because I think it's sort of one of the fundamental assumptions and central parts of the IGP planning process is how these various DER layers can be leveraged to provide or meet the needs, as well as how the different technologies and market can help drive cost-effective future resources, as well as, meeting the renewable energy targets as soon as practicable, especially in a cost-effective way. And this is where, I think we are looking for stakeholders and the market to help inform what these sensitivities will look like, so that we can identify and stress test and robustly identify what the grid needs are going forward. And maybe going back to one of the themes of IGP sort of being at the forefront and being different than what other states are doing or other jurisdictions are doing, having the level of DER envisioned here is requires a lot of different modeling techniques and improvements to software and things that we've discussed throughout today and in the working groups. So I just wanted to kind of set that context before we dive into these scenarios and sensitivities. I can go to the next slide. So this is the proposal that we started out with when we filed our reply stakeholder comments on what the bookends could look like. So we set up these scenarios where we would have a base scenario, then a scenario where we model faster customer technology adoption, and then also slower customer technology adoption. And so the point of the bookends is to look at all of these technologies and things that customers may be doing behind the meter or investing in, and to be able to evaluate what the needs of the system are. So in other words, as a result of customers making various investments in technologies, what is the impact to the demand on the grid that we would need to be able to serve? So we want to be able to ensure from a reliability perspective that we have sufficient resources, looking at what the net effect could be from either a high technology adoption case versus a slower technology adoption case. But this is where we really want to see stakeholder input and what the vision is for the future, especially in looking at some of these higher technology adoption cases. Next slide. But so after thinking about what our initial proposal was, and then in taking into account some of the early stakeholder feedback we had, because the intent was to really stress test and look at what the grid needs would be based on different levels of customer adoption. We did add a fourth scenario where we try to look at what the highest demand could be based on different scenarios of the individual DER layers. So, for example, lower energy efficiency, higher electric vehicle adoption, potentially no or low time of use adoption, and then just the simple market forecast that we had that was mainly driven by self-consumption would kind of give us a more higher or worst case loading case. So that's why we added that case there. And then the slower customer technology adoption is probably a loading case that's below that, and then the faster customer technology adoption might be somewhere in between. It has some canceling effects with higher energy efficiency and higher PV adoption. I think one way to think about some of these in development of these cases is to think about potentially what future policies could look like, and determining how much of these technologies would be needed to meet those future policies. For example, there could be EV policies that state that there'll be no additional combustion vehicles after a certain date. There may be changes to building and standards and codes, things in the statute that may impact how customers use the electricity or what technologies are being adopted by customers. So those are a couple of ways that maybe there are some of these non-economic factors that we may want to consider in building these other cases. Next slide. So that's kind of an overview of the bookends. Here, I'll go through the sensitivities that were proposed in the grid needs assessment. And all of these sensitivities were discussed extensively in the working groups and with the Stakeholder Council. One of the themes you'll see here is that some of these sensitivities that we were contemplating previously may already be captured by the bookend, so it may not be necessary in order to run them. Although some of the feedback we did receive at the last working group meeting was around whether we should be looking at each of the layers in isolation. But let me go through some of these sensitivities and then we can have a discussion after. So the first one that was proposed was the market DER, which was essentially the DER freeze case. And we did complete that as part of the DER docket. So a lot of that information and the value of that DER layer, we did model in the DER docket. This no future transmission case was kind of, looking at scenarios where additional transmission to accommodate or to interconnect more grid scale, if for example, we didn't have the ability to build new transmission or, we were land limited for some of these resources, we could see how the grid needs and the cost of the resources or the cost of the plans may change. And so we still think that that's a valuable sensitivity to run. The higher energy efficiency case, I think based on the bookends, that may already be captured as part of those scenarios. So, it may not be necessary to run that as a standalone case. No state ITC for PV, that's something we can still look at as its own standalone sensitivity. No onshore development was, primarily to look at, evaluating, if we were in a situation where, particularly on Oahu, where, we weren't able to develop more projects, grid scale PV or wind projects, then, what would the needs look like? And, is offshore wind a viable resource? So that's a case that we're still looking at. Next slide. The low renewable generation, this case, we're working on trying to develop how to run this case, but this was, looking at kind of a resilience type of case where, if we had prolonged poor weather conditions, would we still be able to reliably serve the system or reliably serve customers? So we've been, looking at extracting some data to be able to run these scenarios. The next few cases, or the next couple of cases, were related to various like DER program designs, and some of this work we did look at in the DER docket, where we assumed storage would be providing dispatchable services, as well as like a load shift scenario in the DER docket. So those, those scenarios may partially have been covered and as part of the work in the DER docket, and we can start modeling what may come of the future programs in the DER docket. And then the last couple of scenarios there are related to electric vehicles. And again, I think with the addition of the bookend scenarios, some of the objectives of those originally contemplated scenarios may be covered by the bookend, so it may not be necessary to run those as standalone sensitivities. Next slide. So recapping some of the discussion that we had at the last working group meeting, there's a lot of questions about how DER would be treated in the scenarios. Some of the questions are there at the top. We just wanted to spend some time on clarifying or responding to some of the questions, and we can have further discussion today or at the next working group meeting. So first is, grid scale is a selectable resource. It's not a free resource because the capacity expansion model is still taking into account the cost of the resource. So it does need to be selected as part of that optimization. In terms of DERs, there's several ways to model DERs, and we've discussed a number of them. But when we think about the bookend cases, similar to the work that we did in the DER docket, when you look at a high DER scenario, one potential way to model those DERs is once we develop the amount of DER that would be part of the high scenario, we could model a portion of that or a majority of that DER as a dispatchable resource. So to ensure that it's not just a load modifier, but actually providing services to the grid. I covered this a little bit earlier, but the bookend scenarios, they're meant to look at a range of system loads. So that's the way we're thinking about it. And as I was indicating previously, as we build these bookends, it's we want to ensure that we're capturing sort of what the stakeholder feedback is on what sort of the future trends or technologies may look like. And then, finally, there was a lot of discussion about, programs also being a lever. And I think we discussed this at the top, but I think in terms of program design and procurements versus programs, grid scale for distributed, I just wanted to reemphasize the point that in this phase of the process, we're focused on identifying the grid needs. I think whether we source those solutions through programs or procurements, I think can be a discussion that we have once the needs are identified and we talk about the solution sourcing phase and what is the best approach to acquiring some of those solutions to meet grid needs. So that was my last slide on the bookends. Wanted to, since some of this material was covered at the working group meeting, wanted to make sure we had a lot of time for Q&A and discussion.
Thanks, Mark. I might just ask one question, if I may. Would you be able to perhaps describe the major differences between the market forecast, Hawaiian Electric's proposal, and the DER party's proposal?
Yeah, let's go back to that slide. And this is a topic of discussion that came up as well. I think the way we were approaching this was that the market forecast that we currently have was primarily assuming that the future DER programs, the PV would be paired with a battery and largely driven by self-consumption. So we would expect that to be a lower DER uptake than, say, the the HECO company's proposal in the DER docket, where we did state that for a DER program, there would be some incentive provided in order to, at least in the near term, to incentivize customers to install batteries that can, with their PV system, that can provide services. And then also in the DR docket, the DR parties had proposed a larger incentive than the HECO companies, which would presumably impact what the uptake would be. And so in the economic choice model that Talon discussed earlier, you would likely see a higher uptake with a larger incentive. I think one thing that Robert had pointed out is that perhaps if we're considering some of the rate design aspects, that could influence the uptake as well. So, that's something we can certainly factor in. So hopefully that answered the question, Karen.
Yes, no, thank you. And I think Robert might have some additional comments. Robert?
Is this a good time?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'll try to be brief. I don't think this necessarily needs to be a back and forth, but just one comment or a couple of comments, I guess, briefly. We deliberately tried not to propose incentives, but rather performance payments, recognizing that there's services these things are providing. So it's not directly an incentive, just it's a minor issue, but wording can be important. And second, I guess, to the extent that we're talking about bookend sensitivities, I guess, just recognizing that I believe Hawaiian Electric's proposal is only for 2 years and primarily focused on retrofitting existing systems, not necessarily sort of new DR installations. So the sensitivity of what that might look like might, change depending on sort of what you're focused on. The DR party proposal also very much focused on new DR installations, which I think is maybe more directly on point here to the sensitivity of future DRs coming on.
Okay, thank you for that further clarification. Any other questions from parties? Feel free to raise your hand. Henry?
The upper end seems to be based on centralized generation, with the idea that you go to offshore wind if you don't have enough centralized wind and centralized solar, ignoring the fact that you could use energy efficiency or distributed generation or hydro, or that you might go to offshore wind, even if you had available land for centralized solar. So it seems like the utility is saying, we've always loved centralized solar and wind, and that's going to be the basis of how we determine bookends.
Henry, I maybe we didn't, I don't think that's the case. I think it's actually probably the opposite in the way we're thinking about the bookends, because this is where when you look at these different layers, we're essentially saying that, the various DER technologies are essentially the primary lever or the first lever that we're looking at, because you can shape some of these, especially the fast customer technology adoption case. This can be shaped by essentially what folks think is the vision. I don't know that it's necessarily needs to be an economic based forecast. This is where we're really looking for the stakeholder input, because we're setting up the analysis so that this is a built-in assumption of what's going to happen with DER, or sorry, I should say PV batteries, electric vehicles, energy efficiency, and then essentially the model is going to, attempt to optimize around, in meeting the grid needs once, with the assumption that all of these things at the customer level is going to happen.
Okay. Thank you, Mark and Henry. Any additional questions from the group? Okay. Well, we will have an opportunity to discuss this also in our breakout groups. So in a minute here, Genevieve is going to chat our prompts for the breakout group discussion. You all will have about 8 minutes or so for discussion. And I'm just gonna, there we go, there they are. So you can refer to the chat for the prompts. We have 2 questions we're posing for the groups to discuss. First, do the proposed bookend sensitivity and additional standalone sensitivities adequately capture a range of DER and load forecasts? And the second question here, are load seer and synergy models being sufficiently utilized and integrated into the overall IGP process? So you all will go into the breakout groups for about 8 minutes, and then we'll come back together and hear from a few of you to hear any takeaways or insights to come out of those conversations. Any questions? Super. Genevieve, I think they're ready to go.
Okay, you all should have an invite on your screen. Please reach out through the chat or verbally if you don't see a breakout invitation. Nick, are you able to get into that room now?
Oh, probably stupid user tricks, but I don't see the invitation is vaporized. Should it be in the chat?
It should pop up on your Zoom screen.
It did once. I was bouncing around trying to figure out what was wrong. I wonder if I somehow or other minimized it.
Jen, can you remind me what group I'm supposed to be in?
You're in room 2, according to my list.
Yeah, you and me, Kara.
Shall we go?
Well, except
Bizarre.
I'm not seeing a button to send me there. What the heck am I doing? Hang on a sec. Oh no, I'm in one now. Never mind. Okay, and I see it.
Okay.
Ciao.
Great. Hi, Samantha. Thanks for joining us. The majority of the group's just in breakouts, but we're about to close them, so I won't push you into one. If you just hold, the group will come back.
Thanks a lot.
Clarice, I'm sorry your breakout ended up being really light there. We lost a few folks just as I opened them, so I apologize for that. I think it was you and Colton in there.
Kind of take it case by case. Okay.
Yeah, and then I got I got exited out of the
Clarice,
early.
we lost you.
I know, it was such an interesting conversation. It just, I don't know what happened.
Zoom.
The
Zoom black hole. Okay, well, that was a quick conversation, but hopefully you all had an opportunity to discuss either one or both of those questions. I think we're gonna just move along now, but if anything interesting came out of those conversations, feel free to share it in chat so that we can include it in our notes out to participants after this. I'm gonna turn it then to Genevieve to introduce the next presentation.
Great, thank you, Cara. So we have 15 minutes for the next session. This will be a presentation from Progression Hawaii Offshore Wind. So in the review point order, the Commission invited any party to propose agenda topics for today's technical conference and to make a presentation on that topic. So Progression Hawaii Offshore Wind proposed that long-term RFPs be added to the agenda based on the importance of long-term RFP process in ongoing IGP efforts. So we will have approximately 10 minutes for a presentation and then 5 minutes for you all to provide some input. And with that, given the short time, I'm going to pass it over to Noe and Ren. Would you like to push your own slides?
Yes, please.
Excellent.
So I'll go ahead and share a screen.
Great, thank you.
Yep. Can everybody see that? Yep. You can see it? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And you're seeing the slide, not the back end, right? Just to
not
make
the back end, just the slide.
Yeah. Okay,
go.
great. So we'll do this really quick. I'm just doing the overview and then Ren will jump into the next couple of slides. We really, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about the need for a long-term RFP in the IGP process. We really see this as a yes and versus a yes but opportunity. Very often people talk about how a long-term RFP can make sense in concept, but there's never enough time to really figure out how to do it because we're so focused on the next thing that has to get done. And I think we're now at a point in Hawaii where inaction is actually action, and it would really behoove us to figure out how to fairly implement a long-term RFP. As we take a look at this, we know we have an abundance of resources. It's not like we don't have enough wind, sun, water, ocean, geothermal to meet our needs, right? And we definitely should maximize solar plus storage within the existing transmission and distribution capacity, and then plan for more with the expanded infrastructure that's going to be needed to be able to continue that. But even that requires a long-term approach. And we want to reiterate, we really don't see this as a competition between the many technologies. We need as much as is available to address Hawaii's transportation and electricity needs. So with that, I think everybody is in agreement that the easy renewable energy options have already been implemented, right? All the utility scale projects that are not close to houses or people can't really see, those places are done, right? And for us to get to the 100%, we're gonna have to balance land use, we're gonna have to deal with population density, we're gonna have to have the hard discussions about trade-offs, we're gonna have to think, out of the box and try to figure out how do we figure out equity and incentives that really benefit the collective. The robust grids require a diverse energy portfolio on every island that's capable of producing energy when there's no sun, when batteries are depleted, when there's no wind, et cetera. And our PUC is required to balance the technical, economic, environmental, and cultural considerations based on principles that do include enabling a diverse portfolio of renewable energy resources. And we get that there's a lot going on and we're juggling a lot, but, and that it's difficult to say, let's think about the long term, but we can't you know, we really feel like we can't keep kicking this down the road, and we need to figure out how do we incentivize the process to yield the requisite environmental, social, and financial benefits for Hawaii. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ren.
Great, thanks, Zoe. And on that theme of diversity, you know, there are many technologies that could be built along with solar to close the gap. You know, based on, I don't know if Noe mentioned it, but, you know, as the last report from HNEI said that on Oahu specifically, solar and batteries will only get us to about 70%. So, you know, we're trying to continue, while continuing to develop solar and storage, we also have to look at other technologies. For example, floating offshore wind, you know, obviously can generate electricity when the wind is blowing, which could be during the night, cloudy days, and provide inertial grid support. Geothermal projects can generate power 24/7, regardless of the weather. Biomass projects can provide firm power and use sustainable fuel stock. New transmission lines, you know, regardless of the technology, you know, we're getting near the point where our current transmission lines can't support many new projects. So, you know, on Oahu specifically, we're running into places where they just, you know, they just can't take any more generation on the transmission infrastructure right now. And if you build a new transmission line, that's definitely going to take closer to 10 years than 5 years. So long-term, you know, that puts it sort of in the long-term category, even if it's another solar project. You know, there are areas of Oahu and other islands where we need transmission to be able to develop resources that are in outlying areas, you know, away from the current grid. And then future opportunities, wave, OTEC, hydrogen, you know, new technologies that are out there. You know, they won't be ready in 3 to 4 years. So, you know, we have to look a little bit differently. Next slide, please. And, you know, for all these reasons, competing land uses, areas where there are lots of houses, you know, anyone looking at Oahu from Google Earth and trying to look for areas that are kind of flat, that don't have houses, difficult to find, or ag land. It's difficult to find. So we need to look at technologies, other technologies, which will require long-term procurement, because right now, the site acquisition for those projects, you know, if you're looking at the graph there on the bottom, you know, solar and storage take about 4 years to develop, you know, from the RFP to COD when the project is operational, takes up roughly 4 years, you know, sometimes shorter, often longer. Onshore wind, same thing, 4 to 5 years in the projects we worked on, if nothing goes wrong. But in all cases, you know, and it often does. But those, so far, the RFPs, the procurement cycle that we've been working on with the utility, that the utility's been working with, has been about a 3 to 5 year procurement cycle from when the RFP goes out to when they want the projects to go COD. Sometimes that's driven by 5-year planning. Sometimes it's driven by tax credits. You know, there's a tax credit that's expiring, so we want to try and get these projects constructed so that they can get the tax credit, pass it on in the price, and so everybody wins. But whatever the reason, we've ended up with this sort of cycle of sort of about a 4 or 5 year procurement period. So it doesn't allow any of these other projects to even participate. And these other projects like offshore wind, geothermal, you know, other technologies, transmission line, they require much more permitting, a longer time frame to develop the project. Collecting data is expensive and often requires drilling test wells or having an offshore like MET station, which is fairly complicated and takes time, as well as infrastructure improvements. For an offshore wind project, you need to rebuild a lot of the harbor infrastructure to be able to take in the facilities, the equipment, to even offload the equipment and construct. They also involve a lot more environmental studies. Just looking at the geothermal, biomass, offshore wind, a lot of environmental studies and take time to go through. And also a lot more opportunities for public input because the projects are larger, because they're longer term, because they will have different impacts than solar. We need to provide a lot of opportunity to talk with community, to understand what their concerns are with these potential new impacts, and to make that a conversation. It's a different conversation than one we've been having. So also going to take more time. And then any other technologies like this would sort of require a longer term impact, a longer term period to procure the projects. And so we need to do things a little bit differently in terms of the RFP that comes out and the procurement process to sort of select and approve projects that go forward. Next slide.
Ren, just jumping in here, we have about 4 minutes left in this session and would love to make time for input. So just warning.
So some of the challenges of doing a longer term procurement is balancing, how do you balance the short-term projects, new short-term projects with new long-term projects in a procurement? Looking at a 20-year horizon and selecting both short and long terms to fill out your portfolio to get to where you need. Procure more than 100%. This has been one of my themes throughout this IGP process. Projects fail. So procure more than you need because many won't make it to the finish line. Also, conditional selection. We want to be able to, projects that are selected early and have a 10-year time frame to be completed, if they don't meet milestones, they need to, if they don't make the milestones, they have to be kicked out in favor of other projects that come along. Community engagement, as I mentioned, is extremely important for longer term projects. Progress milestones like site acquisition, resource testing, major permits, they all show progress going forward. And then flexible or index pricing, looking at some type of open book pricing where if the price goes down in the future, this is a long time from now, lots of economic factors change. If the price changes through time, that should be structured in such a way so that ultimately the ratepayer is getting the best price they can for the energy that they're receiving. And yeah, in the interest of time, we'll happy to take any questions.
Great. So I invite you all to use the reactions function. Henry, I see you quick at it. That would be great. Jump in.
So Ren, you said 10 to 12 years to develop. We assume that PUC is not going to issue an RFP tomorrow. When do you envision your system coming online the quickest?
So we are, if there's an RFP in 2022, we believe that the offshore wind project that Progression's been working on could be completed and operating by 2032. So at about a 10-year time frame. And part of that is BOEM, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. They have a long leasing process that's multiple years of studies and selection.
You can't push them to go faster?
I think that's with pushing.
Great, thank you, Henry. Mark.
Ren, thank you. Which jurisdictions do this best, if any, either in the US or abroad? The best practices or recommendations you're talking about here?
So, in terms of, overall, for all the recommendations we were talking about, that were sort of geared through, I don't have examples. They were sort of geared toward what are we doing now and how do we potentially change our local process to accommodate this situation. So haven't looked at best practices elsewhere, but certainly valuable to do.
Well, I think that this also acknowledges the fact that Hawaii is the only place where we have one utility, right, that we're dealing with. And in all of the other places, when you're looking at the Northeast, where you're looking at Europe, you're dealing with multiple utilities. So this is really focused on, okay, given our Hawaii specific market, given our isolation, given the level of penetration we have in the grids, what should we be looking at in Hawaii? Hawaii has long been kind of leading the way on this.
Great, thank you all. We are scheduled for a break now. If anyone is particularly energized to provide more input or continue the discussion, you should certainly feel free to hang around and maybe Noah and Ren can stay a minute or so, but I want to make sure I'm respectful of the time that we've allocated for a break. So we have 10 minutes now from 1:50 till 2 o'clock, and then we'll reconvene for the final 2 sessions. 10-minute break all up. Many thanks to Noah and Ren for the presentation.
So Noe and Ren, do you believe there should be a penalty for a wind company that fails to meet milestones and has to withdraw?
Yeah, I put that in there, so I have to answer. I believe that I'm sort of looking at it from the procurement side, so sort of like from the utilities point of view. I'm imagining they get a long-term project in there that's taking up, 400 megawatts of their queue, and then they're just not making progress. So at some point, if another, potential project comes along, I think if that project is at some point, somebody has to pull the plug and you need to allow another project to proceed that's making progress. So I'm looking at it kind of from the whole community perspective. Obviously, I would not want a project to be pulled. But if you're not meeting the milestones and you're not delivering the energy, then at some point you have to move over and allow somebody else to play through.
I think it needs to have a collective focus, Henry. I think that's part of the shift, right? We've been going project by project, but in looking at the comprehensive portfolio as everything is going to be hard moving forward, how do we all work together to get there?
And there are also situations where queue position, where a developer, if they haven't met a milestone, they can pay a financial penalty to keep their queue position. Like I think it'll take them another 3 months to get that permit they need. That's another possibility. Lots of models to look at where there's not a it's not a free pass to once you're selected, you get forever to develop the project. I think that's what we want to avoid.
Well, thanks everyone. Certainly feel free to take the remaining 8 minutes for the break, and appreciate you staying over time there, Ren and Noe. Thank you for your promptness. Those of you that are back on video, we'll kick things off in a minute or so. Just give folks a little more time. Great. As folks are coming back on, I'll just give you a brief overview of what to expect for the next hour. We'll have one deep dive now on resource and reliability planning criteria for 30 minutes. And then we'll transition to opportunities for process improvements for roughly 20 minutes, with 10 minutes at the end for closeout. It looks like we have quite a few folks left. In the interest of time, I am going to keep us moving, provide some framing for the next deep dive, and then we can try to stay on track for the final hour and let you all go promptly at 3 p.m. So in the review point order, the Commission directed Hawaiian Electric to clarify how resolved day weights, daily loads, and sample days were used in its modelling. They directed Hawaiian Electric to file a unit retirement plan for use in the baseline forecast as part of its revised draft IGP inputs and assumptions, and also to better explain and analytically support its grid services and planning criteria. Specifically, Ulupono made several suggestions relating to grid services and planning criteria, and the Commission would like to better understand the merits and drawbacks of both Ulupono's and the company's approaches. And here Hawaiian Electric's recommendations are based on the TAPS review as well. So just to recap, the purpose of this deep dive is to clarify how resolved day weights, daily loads, and sample days were used in its modelling, and discuss whether this meets parties' needs, to provide an update on retirement schedules under development for the baseline forecasts and the relevant sensitivities, to clarify the impact of system balancing, ancillary services, and other relevant reliability criteria, rules, and assumptions that were used in the modelling. And finally, to review initial recommendations based on stakeholder discussions and the TAPS review. So with that, I will invite the representative from Hawaiian Electric to begin screen sharing. We'll have roughly 15 minutes for presentation and then Q&A. Great, I can see that marked.
Okay, thanks. I'll go quickly through these slides because I think we covered most of them at Wednesday's meeting. But this is, kind of to just level set on the various modeling tools that are being used in the process as we, work through the grid needs assessment. So we just wanted to bring, more clarity to how we're using the different models and how they're interacting with each other. So it starts off with, the inputs and assumptions and scenarios, and that's what we're, discussing right now. And then those inputs and assumptions feed into the capacity expansion model, which we are using Resolve for. And so Resolve is, it uses, and as we'll discuss, it uses a reduced number of days per year. And the primary reason for that is to be able to run optimizations, which are very time intensive and computing intensive. But nevertheless, it allows us to run many scenarios quickly to give us directional indications of what the grid needs would be under different scenarios. And then from there, we would take different grid needs that come out of Resolve and run them through a reliability test. And for that, we would use Plexos. And here we can take a more granular and detailed look at how each of the different scenarios fare against reliability metrics. And so that is intended to be done in a stochastic way, looking at probabilities or different levels of reliability. We could test different levels of reliability. And should a certain scenario and set of grid needs not meet reliability criteria, then there could be an iteration done to make adjustments to, like for example, the energy reserve margin or specific resources to address any shortfalls. if it does pass the reliability criteria, then we would then look at evaluating the portfolio of grid needs within Plexos in a production costs environment, where we are specifically looking at the operations of a particular plan through a longer horizon. So in this step, we intend to evaluate the operations over a 30-year horizon on an hourly basis. So it's a much longer simulation, but in this step, we would be looking at a subset of the capacity expansion plans to look at the production cost of certain grid needs assessments. And then finally, if it is able to meet all of the operating constraints and grid services, then we would evaluate system security, and that's through our PSSC and PSCAD analyses to test the stability, which will be a very important part of assessing some of these future scenarios, especially as we have higher levels of inverter-based resources, as well as taking advantage of some of the advancements in inverter technology. If there are stability criteria that are unmet, then we can iterate back through whichever step is appropriate to make any adjustments. And a lot of times what we may find in the network stability or system security work is that you may need to adjust inverter controls, or if the system is unstable, you may need to look at another synchronous condenser conversion and determine stability that way. There we'd be looking at things like inertia, fast frequency response, short circuit current, some of those stability, inverter control stability factors. Parallel to that, you'll see that the same inputs and assumptions would also feed into the distribution analysis. And so that's where we can use LoadSEER and Synergy. What LoadSEER will help us do is come up with location-specific forecasts at the circuit level, so we can determine, for example, for a given, say, one of the bookend scenarios, if you have PV or electric vehicles, we can see which circuits would be saturated and where we may need to prioritize our work because, for example, you may need to do grid upgrades and NWA and the non-wire alternative solutions in order to accommodate increased load on certain circuits. So LoadSEER really helps us with the geospatial aspects and getting more granular forecasts. And then Synergy is our power flow tool where we can identify steady state power flow, thermal equipment loadings, as well as voltage, steady state voltage criteria within the Synergy power flow model. And from there, we can identify any grid needs that would feed into the portfolios. Next slide. This is a more detailed breakout of what the key inputs and outputs and objectives of each models are. I do want to note, we are looking at grid stability very closely, and I think shortly we'll have more to share on that. We've done a lot of work as part of the stage 2 projects to evaluate some of the grid forming capabilities. So I think at some point soon we'll want to present some of the key findings from that report, because a lot of the report itself, is very technical in nature. So I think it'll be really helpful for us to present some of the findings of the report to this group and other stakeholders. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, Resolve helps us with capacity expansion and optimization under various scenarios. And to be able to do this effectively and efficiently, Resolve does use 30 representative days, which are downsample and weighted from historical load data, wind and solar data, weather, to be able to come up with sort of this weighted average of 30 days that can help give us directional least cost optimizations under different scenarios. Next slide. So this kind of just explains what I was describing, where we can have subset of days that are representative of sort of the distributions of load, wind, solar, other resources. And ultimately, we come up with E3 or Resolve has a tool to be able to run this analysis and come up with the 30 representative days that are weighted to be able to run through some of these scenarios more quickly. And next slide is an example. So some of these sample days can then be verified against the historical low duration curves. And the graphic on the right is an example of what the day weights look like after running through the downsampling tool. And let's see, in the next slide, we'll talk about the 4 modeling methods that were suggested by Ulupono. So we did have a stakeholder meeting in April to discuss this, and we had a lot of robust discussion and good feedback and clarity from Ulupono as well. So some of the recommendations are here and that we had agreed to. And then from there, we took these recommendations, particularly around the planning criteria, and did a review with the TAP, and the TAP did their independent review. And we did recently file their review of some of these recommendations, which I can go over on the next slide. So there has been a lot of discussion around reliability and the energy reserve margin. So one of the recommendations from the TAP is to have a further description of that methodology, but to also test it with further analysis. And so to do that, what we're planning to do, and largely adapted from Ulupono's recommendation, is to look at resource plans under different energy reserve margins, and also testing the dependable capacity for the various wind, solar, hybrid resources. And that'll help us. Doing that will allow us to evaluate, the relative cost of different energy reserve margins, as well as levels of reliability, so that we can, justify or analytically define what an appropriate reserve margin should be. And then we can test those not only using Resolve, but also looking at stochastic reliability analysis and Plexos, similar to some of the work that was done by HNEI in the interconnection dockets by looking at reliability on Oahu. Regarding the recommendation on optimal storage sizes, we did agree to look at different storage durations within Resolve, and then further that would be tested through Plexos when we do the grid needs assessment to determine, to ensure that we have the right size storage, to meet any of the reliability needs or any of the regulating reserve or ramp or flexibility grid need services. Also, on the issue of inertia and fast frequency response, because we did include an inertia an FFR constraint in the resolve model. We will do some testing to remove that to see how much the cost of, for example, synchronous condensers may impact a resource plan or a grid needs assessment. But I think one of the things that the TAP did discuss is the idea that, you know, synchronous condensers, especially if we can do them efficiently from a cost perspective by converting retired generators to run as a synchronous condenser, that in the near term, those are prudent investments to evaluate because grid forming technology and other inverter technologies are still under development and maturing. So even though we do see some promising results with inverter technology, at least in the near term, when we expect to have many hours of the year running with predominant inverter technology, that, you know, it may be prudent to use synchronous condenser conversions as a bridge to when inverter technology fully matures. So those are kind of the highlights of the TAP's independent review of the various planning criteria and modeling suggestions from Ulupono. We can, I think that might be, is there one more slide? Oh, one more slide regarding generator retirement. So the way we're looking at generator retirements is to ensure that we have, to ensure that we do proper planning to have replacement resources that will facilitate the retirement of the units. So as a starting assumption, you know, we are proposing a planned retirement of fossil units over the next decade or so. And so we can use this in our, under our reference or base cases and allow the optimization to define what the grid needs would be in order to facilitate the retirement of these units so that we can ensure that we have the programs and procurements in place to be able to do this in a timely manner. And this is where we may also be able to run some of the low and high fuel scenarios as well. So with that, I think we can get into a discussion. I just want to quickly cover some of those materials that we covered at the last meeting.
Great. Thank you, Mark, and thanks for just making sure we're all on the same page there from Wednesday's meeting. We have approximately 12 minutes for Q&A, so I invite folks to either jump in with questions or use the reaction feature to raise hands, and we can move through some questions here. Kylie.
Hi, for this last slide, Mark, I hadn't seen this before, and it's something we were interested in throughout the proceedings, was what the plan was for retiring fossil units. Is there any way to use resolve to determine whether or not a fossil unit stays online, considering all of the, like the cost of fuels and the cost of maintenance of the facilities, or does it have to be a manual input that HECO is in control of? Yeah,
so one of the reasons why we came up with at least this initial assumption of retirement is because we do allow the resolve model to economically retire units, including which does take into account the price of fuel, but they weren't necessarily accelerating or retiring units in large quantities or, you know, in a timely manner. So one of the ways to try to test that and flesh out that assumption is to plan retirements as a planned assumption. So that's sort of why we were, you know, needed to develop some of these assumptions so that we can really see what grid needs could be identified as we retire units while maintaining reliability. I think another way to look at this as well is when we run these grid needs assessments through the various planning tools, including in Plexos, we can also look at it from that perspective in terms of how much existing units may be running. And as we see operationally that they're not, the run hours are low and they're not needed as much, that's another way that we can facilitate the retirements as we get more renewables onto the system.
Thank you, Kylie. We'll go Mike, and then Matthias, you're on deck after that. Mike, I'm not sure if you can hear me or you're up.
Oh.
Sorry.
You're calling on me, yeah?
I am, yeah.
Okay,
He doesn't understand Australian.
It's so close to Mark. I apologize.
No, that's very fair. That's very fair.
So, Mark, could you go back to slide 72? This is very helpful for me to see this sort of flow chart, look at it. What I'm interested in is whenever we get to one of these nodes where one of the subsequent models, either Plexos, PSSE, PSCAD, or Synergy, I guess not Synergy, but at least Plexos or PSSE, PSCAD, kicks it back to resolve. I'm interested to figure, you mentioned this a little bit, but does that mean there's just another resolve run and resolve determines how to best solve whatever problem the subsequent model identified? Or is there a case where resolve can't make that decision and you have to use some sort of planning judgment, and could it be both depending on what it is?
Yeah, that's a good question. And there was a lot of robust discussion on this topic within the technical advisory panel. And we did pose this question to the TAP, like, are there certain thresholds where, you know, we would then do an iteration back? And, you know, the response was you know, it's not always gonna be black and white or very clear cut. And throughout, as we progress through these modeling steps, there is a lot of engineering judgment being made as to whether you know, you need to do an iteration all the way back, or what degree of like manual adjustment you would make. So short answer is we do use engineering judgment in determining this. Maybe one example is on reliability. If, for example, you know, we do want to meet a minimum threshold of reliability, you know, but to the extent that, you know, whether you're short on reliability in the near term probably makes a bigger difference than if you're short on reliability in 20 years. And depending what the magnitude of that shortfall is, you know, we may say, okay, maybe we can still proceed to the next step, or you know, it makes us uncomfortable to proceed without addressing it first. And then so we may want to go back to the previous step and adjust, for example, the energy reserve margin or whatever shortfall criteria it is. So there is a lot of engineering judgment, and, you know, depending on the nature of the shortfall would sort of dictate how we make that decision. And you know, we would try to be as transparent as possible in some of the thinking there, but I think it's hard to have a clear you know, set of rules or like lines of when we would move forward or go back.
Right. So maybe this is helpful, but to follow up, at least while you might not be able to predict what you'll do ahead of time, would you be able to, when you sort of make a revised filing, indicate where you've used planning judgment, where a model kicked something back to resolve and said, and you used planning judgment, or when you used when you simply did another resolve run and let the model pick.
Yeah, and I think the idea would be that, once we settle on the scenarios that we're going to run, the initial scenarios, we would, we would be able to run those through in the resolve model, and then be able to discuss the grid needs that are coming out of the initial resolve runs before we move on. That way, stakeholders can see where we're at based on the initial scenarios, and then we can make decisions on, which grid needs scenarios we want to advance to the next Plexo step, or if there's any that are worth, going back, and then we can, do that as we progress through each of the modeling steps as well.
Yeah, that's very helpful, and it will be very helpful to see those decisions laid out as transparently as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Matthias.
Thanks. So I guess one of the questions I had was about why the technical advisory panel recommended against including the most difficult day. This is kind of getting into the weeds of this sampling, but I had made a recommendation that you include the most difficult day that you encounter with a very sort of low weight in the resolve modeling. And the idea behind that is that you tell resolve about everything that you'll encounter. So, 99% of the weight is sort of typical days, and it designs a system that's low cost for the great bulk of days that you'll have. But you also include very difficult days with a small weight so that it knows, well, once in a while, I'm going to get a day like this that's difficult to serve, and I need a system that can also handle that. And my concern is if you don't have that in resolve, then resolve has no way to know about those difficult days, and you're going to be stuck doing either overbuilding the whole portfolio to serve the difficult days through some reserve margin, or you'll have to do some heuristic method to resolve it, so to speak. So I guess my question is why did they recommend against that?
Yeah, I'll start off. I'm not sure if anyone from the TAP is on, but I'll start it off, and then if there are.
Mark, Rick has his hand up.
Oh, okay.
And he's here.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it. I'll let the TAP speak first then, since Rick is here.
Yeah, Matthias, the short answer is, and I'll have to go back and check exactly the way that it was written, but we did not intend to recommend against including that day. Our statement was that including that day was not sufficient to not have to run the additional capacity reliability analysis, but having that broad range that includes those days is definitely what we think should happen in the resolve modeling. So we'll have to go back and check and make sure, whether it was pulled out incorrectly and paraphrased, but no, it was not to say you shouldn't, it was to say that's not sufficient alone to include that day.
Yeah, and I think if you go back to slide 72, I think there's some open question about how those feedback loops from Plexos, the sort of first red line, I think, from Plexos back to resolve, how that works. And, one way it can work is that you just raise the ERM. Another way is that you throw in, that you find the days that are hard in the Plexos modeling and you throw those in with a lightweight back into the resolve modeling. So I would recommend doing something like that because it lets you sort of systematically deal with the problems that show up and harmonize your modeling. My other question was about the inverter, sort of grid forming inverters and getting virtual inertia from inverters. I would think that most people think that the high renewable grids are going to be inverter-based grids, and that we're going to use grid forming inverters to balance frequency and inertial type response, rate of change of frequency, to produce, grid stability. And so I think, I guess, if you ask most people, I would think they would tell you, yeah, we're going to have that capability in the next 10 or 20 years. And we don't have it now. My concern is that you seem to be taking that view of things and turning around and saying, we're going to make a 30-year investment in synchronous condensers now because we don't yet have grid forming inverters in hand, even though they are actually early commercial now. So I guess my concern is you're saying we're not confident of them. If I pushed you, you might say, I'm pretty confident they'll be available in 10 years, but you're turning around and instead investing in something else that's going to last 20 or 30 years. So, I mean, maybe if you can tell me that synchronous condensers are super cheap and they're easy to invest, you know, they really are a 5-year solution and they're cost effective if you view them as a bridge like that. But my concern is that you end up building a hardware bridge to replace something we will soon be able to do with synchronous, with better inverters.
Mark,
Yeah.
can I make a comment and then pass it over to
Go
you?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So the tab had a longer explanation than that one sentence, and we encouraged the utility to put those inverters online to start using them and to get services. But as you said, didn't feel comfortable that the utility could depend 100% on it at this time. And so encourage the modeling to be looking forward to look at how they could be incorporated and at what time, you know, what else would need to be on the grid and how they would get introduced to start getting work experience with inverters that can provide those services. And then how you hedge the need for reliability against near-term investment is kind of a decision the utility has to make. You know, if we're going through very high penetration levels and we need something and we can't 100% depend on inverters, that you have to make in something else to provide that service. And that's the difficult part of the question. But it wasn't, let's assume it's condensers and not look at the other things.
Right. And I think, so I think that comes back to some modeling and like, at what point do you start to feel the crunch in frequency stability? And, you know, is the crunch so bad that you really do need to start putting in synchronous condensers right away? I mean, you know, if that's what it takes to get to the solar targets that we should be reaching soon, then great. But if it's a decision that can be deferred a little bit, then that, you know, maybe that gives you a chance to trust the new inverters more.
And I'll let Mark respond to that one.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in. So maybe just quickly going back to the worst day topic. I think another driver there is that within the top discussion was just that it's Resolve's also probably not the right tool to be looking at worst day because, you know, with Resolve, you're trying to do a least cost optimization. And so you want to make sure you have those day weights in there to be able to come up with, you know, a good optimization or a good optimized grid needs assessment. And then, you know, we are looking at worst day kind of scenarios through Plexos by, you know, looking at, for example, we could look at 40 days of rain and see what that does to reliability. So just wanted to also add to that discussion. So it's not that we aren't looking at worst days, it's just there may be other ways or better ways to look at worst day scenarios through the modeling process.
Mark, I hate the worst days, bad days, because the days are the days. And if you have 43 days of rain and you're not tapping any of it, then what you don't have is a lack of solar. What you have is a lack of hydroelectric.
Yeah, and Henry, I think that can be part of the grid needs as well. But I think the reason for looking at something like 40 days of rain is because solar is a predominant resource currently.
But you have a requirement for diversity of portfolios. And yet now you're saying you should put everything into solar and therefore you have bad rain days. That's a contradiction.
Yeah, Henry, just to make it really clear, we're not saying that we want to add just solar. And when we say worst days, we're not talking about just bad solar days. I think maybe for us, I think it's an error on us on our nomenclature. But when we say bad days or worst days, we're talking about sort of the least resourced weather days, right? And it could be a combination of things, not just low solar. It could be, variability in wind, and we have days of low wind, days of low rainfall and precipitation that reduces hydro. That's the concept that we're looking at. I think we're kind of unfortunately shortchanging the language in here, and so I think we're giving the wrong message. But really, the intent here is around days in which the weather is such that the availability of these weather-dependent resources are different than on other days where that availability is richer.
And I guess I would push back, Mark, on those difficult days are, those are capacity planning choices. What do you build to get through those days? And they're as much a part of the capacity decision as what do you put in to get through average days. So those really do belong in the capacity planning model. They're not an add-on that you worry about after the fact because they're part of the capacity plan. And I think this could address some of what Henry's talking about. If you have, especially if it's run-of-river type hydro, if you know that on the days that are low in sun and low in wind, they also are high in rain or high in run-of-river hydro. Again, that's exactly the kind of decision that Resolve would be making, would be to say, well, I can put in more of this and less of that, and I can, implicitly by diversifying the portfolio, it ends up with a more reliable one and one where you don't have to burn as much thermal fuel on those difficult days, that's kind of the fallback option.
I'm sorry to jump here, everyone. There's a great amount of energy on this topic, and I hope that we can find time to continue it fairly soon. I don't want to close this off completely now, but in the interest of time, Stephen's had his hand up for a little bit, so I'm going to invite a final question from Stephen and then transition onto the deep dive and hope that we can circle back to continue this discussion afterwards. So Stephen, I'll open up to you.
Thanks, Genevieve. So this question goes back a little bit to the engineering judgment that's going to be used and possible Resolve reruns when there are shortfalls in the modeling process. So going back to Tom's discussion about stochastic reliability analyses, can the Plexos model give you results that will tell you how likely shortfalls are to occur? And can those sort of metrics help inform the engineering judgments that are made?
Sorry, Stephen, the first part of your question is, can Plexos forecast what the shortfalls?
You said that Plexos can be used as a stochastic reliability assessment. So I'm wondering if it will give you metrics that will tell you that, to use Tom's example, in 10% of the forecast runs, there will be shortfalls. Is it able to give you statistics like that?
Oh, yeah. So when I was referring to the stochastic part, it's part of the reliability analyses that we're agreeing that would be a good thing to do is when we test different ERM levels, we can also have leverage some of the methodology that HNEI and Telos does on reliability by looking at probabilities of unit outages as well as weather, and then that can help evaluate probabilities of unserved energy, for example, or those types of details. So in a way, it's more that that analysis helps define some of the probabilities of different reliability events occurring.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
Dave, I'm seeing you with your hand up as well. I want to make sure that we can try and get some of these questions in. So please jump in.
Thanks. Just real quick, Mark, I asked this question yesterday, or Wednesday, too, but I'm just wondering if there is the possibility to have the TAP take a look at the grid service definitions and methodologies. And they looked at the ERM, I understand, but I'm thinking about the inertia, FFR, and capacity grid service definitions and methodologies as well. Especially to the extent that they're going to be included as constraints in the inputs and assumptions portion of this. I know there's more to that will come later when you're doing the grid needs assessment. But for purposes of kind of closing the loop on inputs and assumptions, can we have the TAP take a look at those as well?
Yeah, we can do that. We'll have the TAP review some of the other constraints that are being modeled in Resolve. Yeah.
Great. Thank you all for a fruitful discussion, and I am sure we could have let that run even on a Friday afternoon for a couple more hours. So thanks for the energy. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Mark for our final session.
Great, thanks, Genevieve. So it is my solemn duty to stand between you and the end of your Friday afternoon. And I'd invite us to spend a little bit of time stepping back from the content discussion, which we've been wrapped up in for the past 5.5 hours, and focus for a few minutes on the process and the process moving forward. Up until this point in the IGP process, parties have expressed feedback or concern that their feedback hasn't been addressed or included at various points, and the Commission has directed Hawaiian Electric to provide an updated timeline and engagement plan for implementing plan changes, incorporating feedback, etc. So the purpose of this session then, for our last bit of time together, is to gather input from the group assembled here to inform that Hawaiian Electric updated stakeholder engagement plan due June 18th, and thereby improve future IGP stakeholder engagement. We're going to do this mostly in breakout discussions and conversations similar to an hour or two ago. But before that, before we send you all into breakouts to have a bit of a smaller discussion, we invite everybody here to take just a couple minutes and reflect individually and get their thoughts down on paper or on your notes app on the following prompts that Genevieve will put into the chat right now. At RMI, we call this journaling, and we find it helps participants in workshops like this structure their thinking and prepare to share and brainstorm effectively some of the ideas that are on their mind. So please feel free to switch your video off and just kind of try to gather your thoughts on a couple of the prompts here that Genevieve has shared, and I'll read them aloud here. What topics are most important for future stakeholder engagement and why? What resources are necessary for you to provide material feedback to HECO on ongoing IGP efforts? And what would need to be included in an updated plan, stakeholder engagement plan, for you to feel that your feedback has been addressed? So again, the invitation here is to spend a couple minutes writing your thoughts individually, and then in just 2 minutes, we'll send everyone to breakout rooms to have a bit of a back and forth with others. Let me know if there are any questions on the prompts here.
You want those answered in the chat now?
No, thank you. Just in your own notes, in your own head. This is an opportunity for you to structure your thoughts, and then we'll pick up the conversation in breakouts. maybe give people a 30-second warning here to collect their thoughts, and then we'll move this into breakouts. All right, Kara, are you able to stick us into breakouts here?
Yep, here you guys go. Hi, Chris. Do you see the breakout room invitation pop up? Or Mark?
Or I had a vacant breakout, so feel free to dispatch me somewhere else.
Yeah, could you head to, there's a lot of people, could you head to, let's see here, room 6?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Marcy. If you're there, let me know if you want to be assigned to a breakout group.
Oh, hi, Kara. Sorry, I don't know, it's spun when I was trying to get in and then it kicked me out.
Oh, no.
I didn't get,
Okay.
yeah, sorry about that. So I thought I'd just wait then.
Okay, I can try to assign you one more time, or you can just hang out here, whatever you prefer.
Oh, okay. How much time do they have left?
They have 5 or 4 more minutes or so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can hang out, I guess. Or yeah, if you want to assign me, I can just jump into one. Yeah.
Okay, let's try this one more time.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Kara.
All right. Hi, Chair Griffin, are you there? Hi there. Folks are in breakout groups right now for another like 3 minutes or so. Would you prefer to just hang out here, or would you like to join one?
No, I'll stay here.
Okay.
Thanks so.
All right, just making sure. Hi, Clarice.
I got kicked out again.
Oh no, what? Maybe your Zoom.
I am very.
Okay, looks like everyone has returned. Thank you all for joining us today. I think that was our last session, so we're going to wrap up now. Hopefully you all found the various presentations and the discussions informative and helpful in moving this process along. A few next steps before we let you leave for your Friday afternoons here. RMI has been recording this session and we'll make this available to participants so you all can refer back to it if helpful. We also will be circulating notes from the discussion as well. And also those worksheets we passed out in the beginning of the day that we hoped you used to capture any questions or comments that you all had. We also ask that you send that back to us. I'm going to ask Genevieve to maybe share both of our emails in the Zoom chat so you guys have that at your fingertips. Whenever you get to the opportunity to fill out any questions or comments on that form and pass it along to us, we'll aggregate that. And as I said, circulate it to parties and send it to HECO as well. And yeah, that's it for us. I'm gonna maybe turn it to the commission, Dave Parsons, to say a few parting remarks from them.
Thanks, Kara, and just thanks to everybody, Hawaiian Electric and all of the parties and stakeholders who participated today. It was a long session, so definitely appreciate your commitment. And I think it was really informative and really great to hear the progress that's being made. And I think we all look forward to the meetings to come and what HECO will put together in response. So thank you everybody again for all your contributions, and look forward to the next steps.
Great, thanks, Dave. And just one note before we leave you, Genevieve is going to add a link to a survey that we all invite you to fill out, just letting us know how this technical conference went, what could be improved. And we really appreciate your feedback on that. We'll also email a link out after the conference as well. But with that, thank you all. Hope you enjoy your weekends and the rest of your day.